Let's do this. Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Hey everyone, this is John Tapp with
Keep
International
right
LoneStar.
and then turn
Uh,
right.
and let me start with Fresco, California. Uh, for Longin.
Turn right.
So take right there to this LoneStar is the country season. No, it couldn't be better for us to do that. And then wanna and wanting to when so I have to notice the feeling
Get ready to turn
uh, uh, and not
Turn left.
and so praise the Lord and
Get ready
God
to
praise
turn
the
right.
Lord so with for actually Lord God I'm a doctor
Turn
you know
right.
why I'm on the ground
Keep left and then turn left. Turn left. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Drive safe. Rerouting. Go straight on. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Keep right and then turn right. Turn right. then continue straight on. Go straight on. ready to turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Keep right and then turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn left. Turn left and then turn right. Turn right. This is where it ends. Okay, here we go. then turn left. Turn left. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Go straight on.
I think as conditioned humans into this culture of violence, and if we want to be about the culture of peace, we need to do it within our means. We need to think about what we are capable of doing, whether they're baby steps, big leaps of change, what we are able to do, we should do. And it starts with prayer. Everybody can say their good thoughts. Everybody can always be conscious of offering a thank you, a smile. You have to be about purposeful living. And then you define that for yourself. What is purposeful living? Yes, maybe we have to shop, but where do we shop? Yes, maybe we're shopping 90% of our time. Let's cut it down to 60%. Let's make our own things. Let's barter. Let's exchange. Let's give without having to expect money. And how do you cut down? How do you start being more in walking on Mother Earth as opposed to zipping in a car going fast? Because then time is an element that has been taken from us. Let's claim our time to be with each other back again.
Is there a way to ask for permission and use Earth's resources appropriately?
Yes, there is. When we do our pottery, when we make our pottery, we have to get the clay. And so we offer our prayers and ask for permission to take. And we only take that which will sustain us.
Kathy Sanchez, can you imagine a way BP or mining companies, other resource extractors could actually add steps like prayers, permission asking, that would make resource extraction more acceptable?
Wow, it's going to take a whole bunch of giving up something that they ain't willing to do right now, but I think it is so darn possible if they think about what is their purpose in life. And not so much what is their purpose in life, but who is their purpose in life? Who are they serving? Who are they trying to give life to? And I think once you change your perception of what is my purpose to who is my purpose, I think they'll see that what business they're in needs to be curtailed, cut back, and then to the point where you're going back to replace that which you've taken and then close that which you're taking. And a scab is going to form on that wound, because once you're dug a hole in Mother Earth and you've taken, you've created an imbalance in the cycle, and you need to allow that healing scab to be there, and then let that heal itself. Mother Nature will heal itself. It's time that we really acknowledge who we are and how people are connected to Mother Earth, how we are landed people. We are land-based people. We are community people. We're not put on this Mother Earth as individuals. We're in a society. We're in a family. We're in a relationship. And even if a human were alone in an island, there's still the animals. There's still the trees that take care of us, that give us shelter, that give us food. We really need to think about relational presence.
Kathy Sanchez from New Mexico's Tewa Women United. She's traveled around the world speaking on behalf of indigenous peoples, advocating for non-proliferation treaties, for global disarmament, and respectful use of natural resources. 2 days after the Deepwater Horizon rig blew in April of 2010, long before the extent of the oil spill's damage would be truly known, University of New Mexico environmental sociology professor Daniel Schwartz delivered a talk he called Perfect Storms and Paradigm Shifts to a standing room-only crowd in the Student Union building on campus. Carol Boss talked with him several months later when the well had finally been capped in the Gulf.
Imperfect human beings only make imperfect technologies, and therefore these accidents are quite normal. They happen on a regular basis. I expect these kinds of accidents to happen because given enough wells, or 4,000 alone in the Gulf of Mexico, they're expected to blow.
Let me ask you this. Your response, how
Never
did you
mind.
feel? What
I'll
were
find
your
a new
reactions at the time?
My reactions are always very sad because I understand
Go
the depth
straight
of this
on.
tragedy from a biological and an ecological point of view. The entire Gulf has been a natural disaster area and a national sacrifice
Let's
area
find a new
for
route.
a long time. The military has dumped shells and military hardware after
Finding
World War
a
II.
new route.
There's very little environmentalism among the southern
Turn
states.
left.
It's one of the most conservative areas of the country, and oil has a lot of control. And the tragedy is still not fully understood.
Daniel, you're teaching juniors and seniors. If you can get to the essence of what you would like to instill in these future guardians of our dear Mother Earth.
One of the things I try to get across is the Earth is alive. It has a very powerful force for life. And no matter what happens to the Earth, life seems to continue on Earth. We've had some very terrible things happen that have nothing to do with humans. 65 million years ago, at least half the species disappeared. But life continues. I want to get that across, that Earth is still a very beautiful place. There's beauty wherever one looks. And I tell them to remind me of that sometimes when I talk about the seriousness of these issues. That we have to start thinking and always put Earth in our hearts and sort of making peace with nature, because right now we're at war with nature. And I think that's another piece to it. This idea that nature is here simply to be used by humanity by whatever means necessary. I think these kinds of things are extremely important. The life support system of this planet is diminishing, and we need to make a turn. We need to change the paradigm or paradigms. I present different paradigms. One of the new paradigms is called the precautionary principle, where we don't look at how much harm should be allowable, but how little harm is possible. The city of San Francisco has taken up the precautionary principle. A number of European countries have taken up the precautionary principle. You don't just go ahead and put out some chemical into the environment or do some process and then wait to see what the effects are. It's simply too dangerous. And that's
Keep
one of the
left,
problems of
and then turn left.
drilling down 35,000 feet
Turn left.
after you've gone down a mile into the ocean to look for oil. And also what that does is marginalize alternative energy sources. So the new paradigms are important. I was hoping that the President of the United States would make a statement like this. How can we achieve prosperity with fairness and equality while minimizing harm to people, other living beings, and the environment? That would be a new paradigm. That statement alone would be a new paradigm.
Daniel Schwartz, are there other paradigms you have to offer that give people concrete options?
Let me relate a personal story very quickly. When I was 15 years old, I lived along one of the old transport canals near the Delaware River, which separates New Jersey and Pennsylvania. That transport canal we used for swimming, boating, fishing, and just hanging out. It was beautiful. It was a wonderful ecosystem with lightning bugs and so on.
Get ready
That
to
transport
turn
canal
right.
will always be in my heart. The transport canal, in the name of progress,
Turn right.
transformed into a freeway. It was cemented over with little or no resistance. It was thought of as progress, and people did not act in their own interest, and they traded in this beautiful, wonderful canal and that whole ecosystem for a noisy, rather odoriferous freeway system with constant noise and constant odors, and gave it up in the name of an ideology instead of thinking what's in our interest. And I think that happens often with the notion of progress. We don't look at the larger picture. We become rational or rationalize without looking at reason and history and the kinds of things that make life worth living. If somehow we thought that a freeway, the noise and the cars would somehow be better for people living in a neighborhood than this wondrous canal. So the canal no longer exists. And I think that kind of thing happens all over, in different places and different times. We need to rethink notions of progress. Progress for whom?
Daniel, are you ever challenged by students or others about the whole notion of, we can't go back to a pre-industrial society? These are all advances, and this is part of what a modern society is all about.
It's a very good question. No, of course we're not going to go back to being hunters and gatherers, but hunters and gatherers lived in balance with their environment. Right now we have an anthropocentric system where humans are in the center of things. We need to move, I think, to an ecocentric system where we can learn to live a little more lightly. We can do more recycling. We need to think about consumption. And it's very, very difficult when you have advertising, when you have new technologies constantly being invented. New technologies tend to be very anti-democratic. No one asks us if we want these things. We don't vote on them. It's interesting. We think of progress mainly now as technological progress. So a lot of our technologies, new technologies, are used in war. Why would we want to go in that direction? Why would we want to spend all that money to do these kinds of things that don't necessarily, and of course do not, enhance, in my estimation, the human condition whatsoever? I think that's the new paradigm, and we can't go on at business and politics as usual because we're in a new age, and it's only hyper-individualism and this idea that we can isolate ourselves and quarantine ourselves from the natural world that gets us into trouble, that somehow things outside can go very wrong in the natural world, but we can hide out, and we can't hide out anymore.
Daniel Schwartz teaches at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. He holds a bachelor's degree in anthropology and advanced degrees in sociology, social behavior, and medical anthropology. To hear an hour-long version of this program and to read more about our guests, visit our website, peacetalksradio.com, where you can also hear all the programs in our series going back to 2003, order CDs of most episodes, sign up for a free podcast or a newsletter, And it's also where you can make a tax-deductible contribution to our nonprofit
Keep left.
media organization that produces this program. All at peacetalksradio.com.
The program was taped
Addition-
before an audience of no one.
From NPR and WBEZ Chicago, this is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, the NPR News Quiz. I'm the one, Bill, you're glad to get in the mail, Bill Curtis. And here's your host, Peter Sagal.
Thank you, Bill. As all of you out there have figured out by now, this is pledge time in public radio. That's when we usually play our best material from the last couple of years of our show in order to convince you to donate. But this is a special pledge edition of Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, because this time we are playing material from the whole 25-year history of our show.
Get out the shovels and picks, friends. We're digging back to the Cretaceous.
Well, not that far, but it is true. We have been around for a while, and we have talked to some remarkable people, and it's all because of your support.
We've been here for 5 presidential administrations and have been able to talk to 2 of those presidents, one before he took office and one after.
Barack Obama, for some reason, decided to spend his 44th birthday, August 4th, 2005,
Keep
with
left.
us in our home theater in Chicago. He was just a U.S. Senator. And as a reminder, he hosts June. Senator Obama, it has been amazing because 18 months in which he rose from relative obscurity as a state senator here in Illinois to, shall we say, the Elvis of the political world.
I thought you were going to say to 99th in seniority in the United States Senate, which is where I rank.
Really?
Yeah. When I walked in the first day, they handed me a bunch of pencils to sharpen.
Keep left.
Well, that was one of my first questions, Richard, because I'm just wondering what the Senate is like. I mean, you get only you can have the navy bean soup, and you get to ride the train beneath the Capitol as much as you want? I mean,
Well, the train is fun. I recommend the train, which is one of the bigger thrills in the Capitol. There is a sense of awe and grandeur when you walk into the Senate building. Each of us have these little desks that you can't write anything on because they're too tight. They're like the desks you had in elementary school. Parents, when you go to parent-teacher day and you're sitting there squatting, that's how it feels. But when you pull the drawers open, there are the names carved inside of all the previous occupants of the desk. And so in mine, you'll see names like Lodge and Taft, but you'll also see names like Bobby Kennedy and Paul Wellstone, and it really gives you a sense of sort of the sweep of history that you're a part of now.
Were they supposed to do that?
I suspect the first couple of guys weren't.
Yeah.
But now it's okay.
I don't think people realize the far reach of graffiti.
are there little...
Well, I was thinking about taking a spray can.
Well, that's how we do it in Chicago.
As the only African American in the United States Senate. We decided that might not. I might be lower than 99th in seniority.
You said you're 99th. Who's 100th, and what sort of mean stuff do you do to him?
Who's that poor schmuck? Huh? No, actually, that is my colleague Ken Salazar, and we came in. Ken's wonderful from Colorado. You got a Coloradan in the audience. And
Mrs. Salazar, thank you for coming. Boy, I think the only thing worse than being 100th would be having your mom come out to see Mr. 99. Some ruffled feathers in the Salazar home tonight.
Well, no, we trade off. My wife goes to Ken's events just to make sure we're always covered. The reason he ranks beneath me is because Illinois is a larger state than Colorado, so thank you, Illinois.
There you go.
That's right. Absolutely.
Now, you may have expected just softball questions, but no, sir. No, sir. We're going to take you up in some of your positions. For example, you delivered a speech here in Illinois recently in which you came out at foursquare and somewhat, I think, provocatively against 8th grade graduations.
All right.
Sir, my 8th grade graduation was the high point of my life.
Well, I'll tell you what.
So what's the problem with 8th grade graduation?
We're trying to prevent young people taking your career path.
Turn right.
We want to. We want them to do something with their lives.
I didn't know you made such a speech, but I am all over that. I love that. My daughter had a
Keep
5th grade
right,
graduation
and
and they
then
had
turn
balloons
right.
that said class of 2005.
That's my point. You know, I said at the speech, I said,
Turn
guys,
right.
it's 8th grade.
Yeah.
You know, you shouldn't have the cap and gown. You give them a handshake, send them to high school, get your butt down and study.
Did you get any flack for that? Did you get any,
No, but how dare? No, I think the parents are trying to figure out, why are we doing this? You got the balloons and you got the flowers and the robes,
Keep
and,
left,
and then you got to sit
and then
through
turn left.
somebody like me making some long speech.
Wait a minute.
Or worse yet, the 8th grader valedictorian making the speech.
Turn
And
left.
now we go on.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Are you?
Where are they going?
Yeah.
They're going to the Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
That's it.
When our show began back in 1998, Bill Clinton was president, and it was just 2 weeks after our debut that the world first heard the name Monica Lewinsky.
We were, of course, restrained and dignified in our commentary. Did I sound up? I can add some more sincerity.
Well, it's okay, Bill, because as it turns out, it didn't matter because the president never heard it. Very excited to have you, sir. I have to ask, first of all, have you ever actually heard our show?
No.
Good. That is so totally the answer I wanted. That's fine. I just want you to know that we treated you with the utmost respect on the really, just,
You hope I enjoyed it while I was.
I did. Trust me on that. Well, I'm curious about your life these days. Can I ask you in general, what is more fun, being president or being ex-president?
I guess in terms of raw fun, I've never had any more fun in my life. I love this, but I love being president too.
Go
Even the
straight
bad
on.
days are good. And when you're president, you have more power to help more people, but you also
Keep
are
right,
the prisoner of
and then
circumstances
turn
as
right.
well, and countervailing political. When you're a former president, you have much less power, but you have a lifetime of experience
right.
and contacts, and if you got the energy, you can bring influence to bear on a small but still fairly substantial number of things where you can concentrate on it because you don't have to change the subject when you wake up in the morning and there's something else to do.
I noticed you haven't mentioned the advantages of having an army, because I'm sure you see some problem. Yeah, an army.
An army, a movie theater, a weekend retreat,
Yeah.
a helicopter, a jet airplane, and they always play a song when you walk in a room.
Finding a new route.
The worst thing about not being president anymore is I was disoriented for 3 weeks because nobody ever played a song when I walked in.
Really?
Never knew where I was.
Mrs. Clinton didn't just hum something for you just to ease the transition?
But by the time I left office, she was a senator.
Right.
And then...
So you had to get an appointment to see her.
Basically, my major political identity has been as her spouse for the last decade. I like it that way, too.
You're flying all over the world with the Clinton Global Initiative. She's flying all over the world as a Secretary of State. I only imagine that when you guys want to have a date night, it must involve a week of staff work.
No, but that's not so bad. But what we try to do is to be home on the weekends.
Do you guys Skype?
Do we what? No.
Skype?
Yeah. You don't like text to each other.
No, well, that's not quite true. We send texts when she's overseas or I'm overseas.
Yeah. Well, that's so cute to imagine you're like
BBMing each other.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
LOL.
now that I said that, I can't wait for somebody to pull them up.
Yeah, I know. There's a record.
It'll be boring, but endearing. I hope.
There's a lot of things you can do with your excess cash. You can buy a new houseplant or a boba tea, but where else can you convert your hard-earned money into a former president of the United States answering the dumbest questions possible? If you want to keep the magic happening
Let's
for another
find a
quarter
new
century, we hope, here's how.
That number is 888-909-0887 or visit our website, houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. Thanks for listening to News 88.7. I'm Christoph Ratliff, Member Relations Specialist. This is Camille.
Hey.
If you listen and rely on this station for your favorite programming, this is a great time to become a first-time supporter of Houston Public Media. Your gift will help keep shows like Wait, Don't Tell Me available for the community every weekend. Because there's a special dollar-for-dollar match in effect the entire weekend, you can visit houstonpublicmedia.org right now to double your impact. Here's Camille Nelson with more of why your gifts are so important.
Hello, everyone. I am a huge public radio nerd, and one of my favorite programs is Wait, Don't Tell Me. When I talk to my friends about NPR, they think about the comprehensive, fact-based news that NPR and Houston Public Media are known for. But that's not all we offer. We also offer shows like Wait, Don't Tell Me, hosted by Peter Sagal. Wait, Don't Tell Me is one of the most popular shows in the country. It and all of our programming is powered by our members. So if you're a fan of Wait, Don't Tell Me, support this work by making a gift today. Become a new member today, and we will welcome you, too, to the Public Radio Nerd family.
Get ready to
Make your
turn
donation at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
And the phone number to call is 888-909-0887. Again, that's 888-909-0887. Public media is truly powered by you, and today is a great day to join the Houston Public Media community. Right now, your gift of $100 is worth $200 to Houston Public Media, and a $500 contribution is worth $1,000. That's because every dollar you give is being matched by a special group of our Studio Society members. It's really important that we hear from you now. It only takes 3 minutes of your time to give online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate, or you can call or text 888-909-0887. Again, that's 888-909-0887.
And when you give today, select Moth tickets as your thank you gift. If you've never been to the Moth at Warehouse Live, I highly recommend it. Imagine 500 people in the theater listening to the personal stories of other Houstonians. Everything from love to heartbreak to taking a chance on a business to dealing with family problems. Come listen to personal stories of people in your community. We are a community. So again, if you get on the phone or go online right now and donate in any amount, it will be matched dollar for dollar. Go to houstonpublicmedia.org/donate or give by calling or texting 888-909-0887. That's 888-909-0887. And thank you very much.
From NPR and WBEZ Chicago, this is Wait, Don't Tell Me, the NPR News Quiz. I'm Bill Curtis, and here is your host, Peter Sagal.
Thank you, Bill. So as you've heard this week, we've asked our live audience to step outside so we can have a personal, private conversation just with you about the things that matter, like, well, money.
Remember, all the other things that are important you can buy with money.
Our show has been in the air for 25 years, as we've said. And in those years, we have seen a lot of history, including, as it turns out, exactly half the history of hip-hop, which was born 50 years ago.
And over the years, we've been lucky enough to talk to genuine legends, like Ice-T himself, who, as he told us when he joined us in 2011, was right there almost at the very beginning.
We started hardcore hip-hop back, I started rapping in 1982. It scared the hell out of America. I mean, we went on to do a lot of different other things that really shook up America. I mean, how many people in your audience will ever have the honor of having the President of the United States say their name in anger?
Can you imagine, back in 1986 when, like you say, you were being condemned by everybody, including the president, of, looking in the camera and saying, someday, America, I'm going to star in your favorite primetime drama?
It's only in America.
I know, man.
Get ready to turn left.
Right. Little hand for America.
Well, let's go back to the beginning. Let's talk about the beginning of your musical career. You grew up in Southern California. Where did you start performing? How did you get into that?
Well, I went to Crenshaw High School. After after that, I went in the Army. I did 4 years in the military. And when I came out of the military, I got it right into trouble.
Yeah.
You know, I was out in the streets doing everything. I mean, I robbed banks. I did all kinds of things. And, you know, the music business, the rap music business was just starting. And I would go to clubs, and after I would go out and do whatever I was doing, I would go into clubs and I would rhyme just to get attention. And I started to kind of mix in some of the facts of the life that I was living with the music.
Here we are.
And we created a genre which they call gangster rap.
I'm sorry, I mean, maybe it's just me, but I'm just kind of amazed at the idea. Well, I was robbing banks, and that didn't get me enough attention, so I decided to make up rhymes. And it worked, you know.
Well, you don't want to, I got news for you. You don't want to get attention when you're
I guess not. You want to sneak around. I'm sorry, this is why I'd be really bad at living your life, I guess.
Nah.
You don't want to do that. So it's
Two different
amazing, though. I mean, I want to talk to you about your acting career. One of the things that everybody's noticed is you take you got Ludacris, you got Mos Def, you got Common, you got Andre Benjamin. All you guys are doing really well as actors in movies and TV. You compare it to, let's just say, Britney Spears in the movie Crossroads. It seems as if you guys...
let's not compare.
No, well, I mean, very favorably, because you guys are really good actors. And is there something about hip-hop that lends itself to acting?
I think to act, you have to be real. You have to be willing to zero yourself out and become the character. And I think, you know, also you're dealing with cats that come from a background with no opportunity. So when you give us an opportunity, we really apply ourselves.
Now, you're working a documentary about hip-hop, about rap music?
Yeah, my first film that I'm ever going to direct is called The Art of Rap. I'm going into the inside of the rapper's head and let people know how we actually do it. It's not about the cars, it's not about the girls, it's not about the lifestyle. It's about the actual craft of how rappers do it.
Do you think that, I mean, I don't know if you've ever done this before, but have you ever considered having like an Ice Rap Summit? You, Ice Cube, Vanilla Ice?
Yeah, Vanilla Ice, he's a funny guy.
Do you know Vanilla Ice?
Yeah, I met Vanilla Ice. I met Vanilla Ice later on in his career, once now that he doesn't want to be called Vanilla Ice. And he was actually a really cool dude.
Right.
You know? So I think back in the day, we didn't really dig it because one of his mistakes was he came into the rap business saying he was from the street. And we were like, what street? Sesame Street? You know? But that was a mistake. He didn't have to say that. All he had to do was say, hey, I'm a white kid. I'm trying to rap. And I want to be accepted. You don't have to lie and say you're from someplace you're not, you know?
Well, wait a minute. When you say the street, everybody's from A Street.
Everybody's from our street. But when you say the street, that means you probably had to live off of being in the street. You might have had to survive on the street.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up on a street called Cinnamon Tree Lane. I don't think that gets me. I don't think, next to Vanilla Ice, in fact, he was my neighbor.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking
about. I know, but I don't think I'm going to try to get any rap cred based on that.
We talked to another founding father of rap in 2016, Ice Cube, who had recently produced a movie about the rise of his own group, NWA.
We asked Ice Cube about being bused from South Central LA to the suburban community of Woodland Hills.
I liked it because I was being bused with a lot of my homies, so we was like all going out there. And then it was a lot of different neighborhoods, so it was like busing from all these different neighborhoods, all converging on this white school. And it was kind of cool because we had a chance to see different things, different people, have different conversations, hear different music, and just get a chance to see that the world was bigger than Compton, South Central, or, you know, whatever, you know. So we had a chance to really kind of open our horizons.
Right.
Getting on that bus.
And all of your songs, especially in the early days, were all about life in the streets in South Central. Did you ever think about writing about life in the streets of Woodland Hills, like not getting your date to the prom, that sort of thing?
Nah, you know, it was already corny groups doing stuff about life in the suburbs, you know. So, you know, we was trying to make sense of our life in the hood. You know, it was crazy. You know, the police was crazy, gang banging was crazy, and then here goes hip hop. It was like a way to express yourself. So we were just trying to make sense of everything that we was living through.
Now that is very clear in the film, and I can ask you about this film all day, but the one thing that I'm amazed at is in the film, you, Ice Cube, are played by your own son.
Yeah.
Which is, A, he's brilliant. I mean, it's a great performance.
Thank you.
B, he looks like you, which is weird.
Yep.
And
he is mine.
Yeah, well, that's very clear. You have nothing to worry about, sir. He's obviously your son.
Yeah.
How weird was it for you? You were a producer on the film.
Turn left.
You are like, let's take that hotel party, which is the most amazing rock and roll hotel party scene I have ever seen. And you're saying to your son, okay, this is what I did then. Was that ever weird?
Nah, I was like, man, grab them.
You were fine with it. Did your son ever go like, Dad, you did not really do that? And you're like, yes, I did.
Only thing he asked me that he was shocked.
Yeah.
He said, why did y'all take so many guns on tour?
Yeah.
You know, that's all he wanted to know. Why did we take so many guns on tour? Because I said, we came from a gangbang infested neighborhood, and then they was talking about, yeah, man, you got a show in Alabama. Man, you got a show in Tennessee. And we was like, yo, we need to take guns, man. We don't know what's going on out there.
In March of 2020, we got to talk to Big Boy, half of the greatest hip-hop duo ever to come out of Atlanta, Outkast. But Peter is more interested in his hobbies.
I wanted to ask you about some of your hobbies. You are an animal lover.
Yes, sir.
I heard that you once had a shark?
Yes, absolutely. What? I had a nurse shark. His name was Billy Ocean.
Yeah.
It was real fun times, man. I got like a 500-gallon tank.
Yeah.
And I had stingrays and groupers and things like that. And I've been breeding dogs now with my brother for over 25 years. We breed French bulldogs.
All right. I have so many questions. All right. So you had a shark. Was it fun having a shark for a pet?
Yes. It was a lot of fun. Like I, would buy hand-sized goldfish and watch them hunt. And
wait a minute. What did you feed him?
Hand-sized goldfish.
Hand-sized goldfish, the big goldfish.
Yeah.
Did you put the goldfish on like a trap door above the shark tank, and when they displeased you, you pushed a lever and they fell into the shark tank?
Something like that. I just dropped them out of a bag and it was just all hell broke loose.
So then, and I also found out that you, as you say, you've been a breeder of French bulldogs. Do you show your dogs?
Sometimes. My brother does. My brother runs the whole operation. I got like a 40-acre ranch out by Six Flags out here in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Indoor-outdoor facility. I like to call it the Ritz-Carlton for dogs.
Why French bulldogs of all breeds?
Because they look like teddy bears and they're the cutest things. So.
Yeah.
We do those and we do the pit bull terriers as well.
Now, and then finally, you got into owls of all things. How did that happen?
I always was fascinated with owls. I mean, just, the mysteriousness of them. And there's this wildlife guy that's a good friend of mine. He was like, hey, I can get you an owl, and I was like, really? So about a year and a half ago, I got 2 Eurasian eagle owls from upstate New York, and they're like the coolest animals ever. Like, they will perch for hours. You just sit them in the living room, and they'll sit there all day. You just got to watch them around the puppies.
Oh, really? Do they go for the puppies?
They try to chase them a little bit sometimes, but we kind of keep them separate. Yeah.
Wow. Do you ever bring them into the studio with you when you're working?
Yes. I bring them every couple of months. If I'm working on something, I let them sit on the credenza for a little while, while I'm writing or something like that. And then
Here's Big Boy, giant of hip hop, who composes his raps while his owl is on the credenza.
Yeah, that's the true meaning of hootie-hoo.
So somewhere out there right now, some kid is inventing an art form that is eventually going to change the world, and you want us there to interview her, don't you? If that's important to you, then please donate to keep this show and this station going. Here's how.
Visit our website at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate or call or text 888-909-0887. This is News 88.7. Thank you for listening. I'm Christoph Ratliff, Member Relations Specialist. We're here today to ask you to give during our spring campaign because this station is community funded. This means our programs are made possible by our listeners who fund them all year round. Your gift will help keep shows like Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, Morning Edition, All Things Considered, Houston Matters on the Houston Airways. It only takes 3 minutes of your time to make a difference. It's the weekend dollar for dollar match, and your contribution will be worth double from a special group of our Studio Society members. Today is Moth Day. Make sure to choose Moth tickets as your thank you gift. Call or text 888-909-0887 or visit houstonpublicmedia.org/donate to give and double your impact. With me today is Member Relations Specialist Camille Nelson.
Thanks, Christoph. Public media brings together everyone from all walks of life. Representation is so important, and public media is a place for connection. That's why we feature voices from everyone in the community. Think about how many times you've started a sentence with, "I heard this story on NPR," and how that started a group conversation. Be a part of our Houston Public Media community by becoming a member today. When you give online at houstonpublicmedia.org, your donation will be matched. Christoph, do you have some deets on the matching challenge?
I do. We love matches at Houston Public Media. There's a chance for you to double the impact of your gift right now. It's the weekend dollar for dollar match. A special group of our Studio Society members have posted a dollar for dollar match to inspire you into joining them in supporting our vital community service. Here's how it works. You give a gift in any amount, and they will match it. So $60 becomes $120. $100 becomes $200. $1,200 Studio Society level becomes $2,400. All you have to do is call or text or give online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate to make the difference. It's easy.
If you normally wait for matching challenges during our campaigns, don't sleep on this one. It is only in effect this weekend. Visit houstonpublicmedia.org/donate and click on the donate button. When you select Moth tickets, you'll be able to see the Moth at Warehouse Live for an unforgettable experience. You can even get on stage and tell your personal stories in front of hundreds of Houstonians. Sounds like a great way to spend an evening once a month. Call or text 888-909-0887 or visit houstonpublicmedia.org/donate and have your gift matched dollar for dollar. And of course, thank you.
From NPR and WBEZ Chicago, this is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, the NPR News Quiz. I'm Bill Curtis, and here is your host, Peter Sagal.
Thank you, Bill. So this week, yes, we are asking you to donate money. And as an incentive, we are asking you to consider the whole 25 years that our show has been on the air. But if that number isn't impressive enough, over the years, we have featured over 100 different panelists.
Best part, we get to deduct every one of them as a dependent on our taxes.
So we asked some of our panelists to name some of their favorite moments over the years. Here are just a few.
Peter Gross nominated this Bluff the Listener game from 2015, which didn't only feature him, Tom Bodett, and Amy Dickinson. It was about them.
Katie, it's nice to have you with us. You're going to play the game in which you must try to tell truth from fiction. We have a special one for you today. Bill, what is the topic?
Do quit your day job.
All right. We pay our panelists untold amounts of money to be on our show. But strangely, they do have other jobs. Tom, as you know, does radio ads for Motel 6. Peter Gross does ads himself for Sonic Burgers. Amy, of course, is the Amy behind the Ask Amy advice column. Well, this very week, one mistake that they made, one of them made, in their day job, made the news. We're going to ask each of our panelists to tell the story on themselves, but only one of them is telling the truth. Your job, pick the panelist who, in fact, made a boo-boo in their other gig. Are you ready to do that?
I am so ready.
All right. First up, let's hear from Peter Gross.
For those of you who don't own a TV or live in the South or go to sports bars where you're talking to friends and my face suddenly appears in the background, I should tell you I have been in a series of Sonic commercials for Sonic Drive-In that have been playing every 15 minutes on every channel for the last 20 years. I'm the guy in the driver's seat, but you may have noticed that we never actually drive anywhere. We're like two characters in a Beckett play about hamburgers. This has been to my advantage over the years because I cannot drive. I grew up in New York, I went to college, and I lived in Chicago for 15 years. I live in New York now, and so I just never learned how to drive. This hadn't been an issue until this week when the good people from Sonic came up with an idea for a commercial that started with me driving the car into the parking spot. I was too embarrassed to admit to my lack of motor skill, so I said, sure, I'll do it, figuring how hard could it be? Well, for me, the answer turned out to be very, very hard. First, I shifted into neutral, and then after realizing the little D stands for drive, I pressed on the gas with all the gusto of the Duke boys trying to outrun Boss Hogg, and I slammed our car into the side of the restaurant. Fortunately, no one was hurt, and Sonic has a very good insurance policy that specifically covers them against grown men too proud to admit they're less coordinated than the average 16-year-old.
Oh.
Peter Gross drives into a Sonic drive-in while acting in an ad for them. Your next workplace confession comes from Amy Dickinson.
As an advice columnist, I spend a lot of time reading through psychology journals to ensure that I give the most up-to-date advice. But this week, I got a letter that made me wish I'd spent more time on Netflix. It came from a guy who called himself Devastated. He said he knew his girlfriend was cheating on him. She had also falsely accused him of hitting her. He described the whole mess, quote, "It's tearing me apart." I ran his letter in my column, and I gave him pretty good advice, I thought. Turns out I was pranked by someone describing the basic plot to the cult movie The Room, a movie famous for being the worst movie ever made. And about 10,000 people have enjoyed letting me know that I got trolled. Like a commentator on the AV Club website who wrote, "You'd think with all of her appearances on Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, she'd be hip to the joke." I'm looking forward to it blowing over, though, so I can get back to helping real people. Like that girl who can't pick between her vampire boyfriend and her best friend, the werewolf. I'm looking forward to that.
Amy gives advice to the protagonist of the worst movie ever made, The Room. Your last tale of professional misconduct comes from Tom Bodette.
When Wendy O'Connell marched into her darkened Motel 6 room in Columbus, Ohio, tripped over the desk chair and broke her wrist, her first thought was, of course, I'm going to sue Tom Bodette for not leaving the light on. The following is a portion of the court transcript of my testimony last Tuesday before the Franklin County Board of Pleas, Judge David Blistein presiding. Plaintiff's attorney Richard Pera, have you or have you not promised to leave the light on at all your properties? Tom Bodette, me. It's more of a sentiment than a promise. Mr. Pera, do you or do you not identify yourself and Motel 6, then say, we'll leave the light on for you? Me, I do.
Left.
Mr. Pera, are you lying when you say it? Me, it means we're expecting you. It's figurative. Mr. Pera, Ms. O'Connell's pain and suffering is anything but figurative. I understand the tagline, we'll leave the light on for you, was your invention. Is this true? Me, sort of. It's something my mother used to say. Mr. Pera, you're blaming this on your mother? Me, would it help if I did? She's dead. Mr. Pera, may the court please note Mr. Bodette's willingness to throw his own mother under the bus to save himself. Me, she died of emphysema. Where did the bus come from? Mr. Pera, it's figurative. Judge Blistein. Judge Blistein, you seem a lot smarter on the radio, and I've heard enough. The court rules in favor of the plaintiff. So unless we prevail on appeal, come January 1st, all commercials for Motel 6 will conclude, I'm Tom Bodette, and we'll leave the light on for you. Illumination in individual rooms may vary. Use caution when entering, and don't believe every stupid thing you hear on the radio.
These are your three choices. Peter Gross does commercials for Sonic. Did he, in fact, hop into the car, start it, and actually drive through the drive-thru? From Amy Dickinson, who gives advice, did she give advice to a fictional character, specifically the protagonist of The Room, the cult classic, terrible movie? Or from Tom Bodett, did somebody sue him and his company, Motel 6, for not, in fact, leaving the light on?
Well, you know, Peter, I'm going to have to go with A.
You're going to have to go with Peter Gross's story of how he, filming a Sonic commercial, as he actually does, you've seen them, got in the car, started it, drove it right into the wall of the restaurant. That's your choice?
Yes.
Okay, now, usually we bring you recorded testimony proving which story is true. Well, this time we don't have to do that because we have everybody right here. So, Peter Gross.
Yes.
Did you, in fact, this week, while filming a Sonic commercial, drive the Sonic commercial car into the wall of the Sonic drive-in?
I did not.
Oh!
I'm sorry, you are incorrect. The correct answer was the story given to you by Amy Dickinson.
That is, in fact, the case. Sadly, I am afraid you did not win our prize because Peter fooled you with his very realistic story.
And I'm like a double loser.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Triple, you might lose at the end of the show, too.
It's never going to be the beginning of a really awful spiral.
And Roy Blunt Jr., one of our original panelists, nominated this segment from way back in 2002, featuring our beloved original judge and scorekeeper, Carl Castle.
You give me fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Fever through the daytime, I get a fever all through the night. You give me fever.
Oh, we finally found Carl's Achilles heel.
Thank you.
I thought Carl could do anybody.
If you love high-quality music programming on your public radio station, if you donate now, then maybe they'll put some on after our show. Here's how to give.
That number is 888-909-0887 or visit our website, houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. You're listening to News 88.7. I'm Christoph Ratliff, Member Relations Specialist. We're in a fundraising campaign to make sure Houston Public Media stays financially strong. A financially strong Houston Public Media means shows like Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, ICU with Eddie Robinson, and Houston Matters with Craig Cohen will remain free and accessible to our entire community. A group of Studio Society members have come together to provide a special challenge to inspire you to donate and expand the impact of your giving. You can donate online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
And then turn.
How does it work? Here's Camille Nelson, Member Relations Specialist.
Matching challenges truly show how our members' generosity
Turn
can make a
right.
huge difference in our community. A contribution in any amount makes a difference. If you wait for shows like ICU on weekends, this is your chance to fund them, because there is a dollar-for-dollar match in effect the entire weekend. A special group of Studio Society donors has generously pledged to match your donations this weekend, dollar for dollar. Don't miss out on this opportunity to double the impact of your donation. And we are hoping you will call or text or go online while it's in effect. You'll help us unlock those dollars and put them to work serving the community. Call or text 888-909-0887 or give online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
When you give, you'll support not just over-the-air radio, but podcasts that our community can listen to at any time, anywhere. We have several Houston Public Media podcasts such as Below the Waterlines, Houston Matters, and Party Politics. My favorite is ICU with Eddie Robinson, available wherever you get your podcasts. The podcast is all about giving voice to those who have often been unheard. Host Eddie Robinson has amazing guests on the show, like screenwriter and director of Encanto, Charisse Castro-Smith. Our team goes above and beyond to ensure that we have this on-demand option for our programs, because we aim to meet you where you are. When you give, you are supporting robust media and inspiring new generations of public media fans. You can give right now to fund this work by going online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
You can also call or text 888-909-0887. If you've given during this matching challenge, I just want to say thank you. If you haven't given, what are you waiting for? It's a great time to renew your support or become a first-time supporter of this station. Your contribution will go right back into serving this community with news and your favorite weekend programming. It's so easy to do. Call or text 888-909-0887 or spend 3 minutes online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. Again, that's 888-909-0887 or visit houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. When you donate, select Moth tickets as your thank you gift and go see the show downtown at Warehouse Live. It's an unbelievable experience that I guarantee you'll be talking about the next day. Real Houstonians telling their real stories. Call or text 888-909-0887 or spend 3 minutes online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. And thank you.
From NPR and WBEZ Chicago, this is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, the NPR News Quiz. I'm Bill Curtis, and here is your host, Peter Sagal.
Thank you, Bill. So we have been trying to stuff the highlights of 25 years on the air into less than an hour just to convince you to donate. Now, we have played some of our panelists' favorite bits and some of yours, but there's one important question left.
How did Shakespeare in Love beat Saving Private Ryan for Best Picture?
All right, Bill, two very important questions. The other one is, I have been the host of the show for all 25 years. What are my favorite moments?
How about my joke just now about Saving Private Ryan?
People ask me who my favorite guests have been, and I always say it's those people who I loved when I was a kid and then years later was able to talk to and find out they were just as cool as I had always hoped they were. For example, Dick Van Dyke, who, when he joined us in 2010, sang for the very first time in public the lyrics to the theme from The Dick Van Dyke Show. Carl, how did Dick Van Dyke do in our quiz?
Dick Van Dyke had 2 correct answers, Peter, so Dick, you win for Jeff Weinkauf.
Well done.
You know there are words to that?
Really? What are the words to the Dick Van Dyke theme song?
You want me to sing it for you?
Yes! I don't know. You guys, I don't know if we have time for it.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, but
Of course we do.
Here we go.
so you think that you got trouble? Well, troubles are bubbles. So tell Mr. Trouble to get lost. Why not hold your head up high and stop crying? Start trying, and don't forget to keep your fingers crossed. When you find the joy of living is loving and giving, you'll be there when the winning dice are tossed. A smile is just a frown that's turned upside down. So smile on that frown or defrost. And don't forget to keep your fingers crossed. Ba-doom-doom.
That was the greatest thing. That's fantastic. I love that.
Boy answered him, okay.
Did he really?
That is fantastic. Wow. This is NPR's first iTunes hit.
This is amazing. In 2009, I got to talk to Carrie Fisher, a.k.a. Princess Leia. And I finally got to ask her, in the first movie, did she know that her character and Luke Skywalker were siblings?
Not at all.
So you didn't know that you were supposed to be. Lucas, he didn't tell you.
No, I didn't know, and I think he sort of went according to our personalities a little bit. But he also didn't tell me about the metal bikini. I was brought to San Francisco and shown this thing I was going to have to wear.
Isn't a metal bikini sort of cold?
Well, what it is it doesn't adhere to your body. So Boba Fett was standing behind me. You remember him?
I remember him well. Yeah.
And I'm laying there on Jabba the Hutt, and he can see all the way to Florida.
And he's wearing that mask, so who knows where he's looking. So he's having a good time.
Yep, there's nothing I could do about it.
Got to ask you about the hair.
I'll find a new route.
You had that hair, the famous hair.
I hated that hair.
Yeah, and could you do anything about it? Did you try to do anything about it?
No, I didn't understand why they'd hired me to begin with. So
That's because you hadn't worn the bikini yet.
I didn't want to make any trouble. So that whatever they told me to do, that was just fine. And they put the horrible hairstyle on. They'd given me the job with the caveat that I had to lose 10 pounds. And I weighed 105 at the time.
Good grief.
But about 60 of those pounds were in my face. So a good idea would be, though, to give me a hairstyle that further widens my already wide face.
Right.
Everybody remembers how Peter geeked out when Captain Kirk, William Shatner himself, joined us in 2018.
I'm really excited to be on because I've got to tell you, I've listened to the program over the years. It's one of my favorites. Driving somewhere on a Saturday afternoon. Wait, don't tell me.
Thank you. I can't tell you what it means to me to know that you listened to me after I spent so many happy hours watching you.
Yes, but I didn't know it was you.
All right. So we all know the famous sketch you did on Saturday Night Live where you're at a Star Trek convention and you express some, shall we say, impatience with your more avid fans. Was that reflecting your experience?
No, it was meant as a joke, and I'm sorry that you took it so seriously that you moved out of your parents' apartment.
It's all right. I was getting tired of my mother's cooking.
Look what it's done for you.
I know, I feel
you
good.
master of ceremonies of these silly questions.
I know. I know that there has been, because there's been so many versions of Star Trek since the best one, that a lot of people spend their time arguing over which captain was better. I assume you believe it was Kirk rather than Picard or any of the others.
Well, I don't know what the argument is about, actually.
Do you actually like get together with the other actors and ever hash this out?
Yes, several blows were struck. No, I think everybody thinks they're the best, and I just leave them in their quandary. I don't want to disturb their mental stability.
One of the things that so many people have done over the years is they do their William Shatner impressions.
Yes.
I have done a William Shatner impression.
I'd like to hear it.
No.
Do it.
No, I can't. How could I? In the face of the... All right.
By popular demand, you're being requested to do the imitation.
All right. The only thing I can think of to do is the episode where the crew of the Enterprise ends up on the planet where the comms are fighting the Yangs, if you remember this, and Captain Kirk and the crew of the Enterprise save them by introducing the U.S. Constitution. Remember this one?
Well, vaguely, yes.
Yes, and so...
Are you going to recite the
straight
Constitution?
Well,
I don't know
I'm
that I
not
can
gonna-
put up with that.
And this is one of the great things is that Captain Kirk sort of gets this document and he says, here's this document, says, we, the people.
Wait a minute. That's the worst imitation I've ever heard. Oh, my God. I hope you don't do that in public.
In 2015, I was finally able to
turn
talk
left.
to another idol of my youth, Carol Burnett. And when I did, she told us a story about one of
Turn
her
left.
idols, Lucille Ball. Well, Carol, we read that Lucille Ball was this mentor of yours early on. What advice did she give you?
She was 22 years older than I, so she called me kid. Okay.
Yeah.
And so one time she was on my show, and we were having dinner before the orchestra rehearsal one Thursday night at the farmer's market. She was knocking back a couple
Get
of
ready to
whiskey
turn
sours. And she said, you know, kid, it's really great that you have Joe, who I was married to, Joe
Turn
Hamilton,
right.
who was our producer. She said, it's great you have Joe to run interference and all of this. She said, when I was married to the Cuban, she said, you know, Desi did everything. All I had to do, he did, you know, he worked on the scripts, he worked on the lighting, he worked on it, and he was very, very smart. And she said, so all I had to do on a Monday for the week was come in and be Lucy. And then they got a divorce. So now she was going to do some subsequent shows, like the Lucy show and the Lucille Ball show and so forth and so on. And so there she was. You know, Desi wasn't there. And they were having a reading, the table reading on the Monday. And she said, it was terrible. It stunk. And where was Desi? Where was it? And now I've got to confront. And then she realized she had to be strong. So she told everybody, the writers and everything, in no uncertain terms, what she thought of that week's script. And she looked at me and she said, kid, that's when they put the S on the end of my last name.
Sometimes I think about how we have been doing this show for 25 years and it seems impossible. And actually it is, or it would have been if it weren't for you. Let me let you in on a little secret about public radio because we don't have advertising. and that's great. It means we can give things time to develop and find an audience. But eventually, you have to find an audience. And it's only because you all decided to listen
and
that
then
we
exit
are
right.
still here. In fact, one of my greatest pleasures is meeting people at our shows who tell me they listened as children with their parents, and now they have brought their parents to see us, either as a gesture of gratitude or revenge. People
and then
thank us for
turn
providing this show as something to share between parents and children, but really the gratitude goes the other way. It's only because
Turn
of all
left.
of you that we are able to do it. Your support is important, it is noticed, and it's what allows us to keep going. Hopefully until those kids who grew up listening to our show can get dragged back to see us by their children. So again, thank you all so much for your support in the past and your support today. Here's how to donate.
Visit our website at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate or call or text 888-909-0887. Thanks for listening to News 88.7. I'm Christoph Ratliff, Member Relations Specialist. Houston Public Media programming is powered by our members. Support shows like ICU with Eddie Robinson and Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me with Peter Sagal. Your favorite shows will not be able to stay on the air without funding. That's why matching is so important. They inspire people to give. This weekend is special because there is a dollar-for-dollar match in effect in support of your favorite NPR weekend programming. You can donate online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. Make sure to select moth tickets as your thank you gift.
Okay, NPR News Quiz fans, I got you. If you give $100 today in support of storytelling and journalism, it will be matched dollar for dollar by our Studio Society members. $100 from you plus $100 from them equals $200 worth of impact. Double the impact. I'm thankful that wasn't as hard as those trivia questions on Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Call or text 888-909-0887 or give online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate to take action during this match. You don't want to miss out.
A gift of any amount empowers our entire community with access to storytelling and entertainment that uplifts by taking audiences beyond the ordinary and beyond the world they know. That's the power of your giving, and together with others, it's transformative. We all know we need a place to turn to for weekend programming and lighthearted and inspirational conversations, especially in these times. Give today by going online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate or call or text 888-909-0887 to fund an informed and inspired community.
Once again, thank you to anyone who has given during this match. The programming you hear is made possible by listeners who feel motivated to fund what they love.
Turn left.
Please join them before the weekend is over. It's so easy to do. Call or text 888-909-0887 or visit houstonpublicmedia.org/donate to make your donation. Again, that's 888-909-0887 or visit houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. Call or text now.
Hello Houston is a daily newsletter for the busy person on the go, delivered to your inbox every
Turn
morning
right.
with a quick recap of the previous day and a look ahead at the current day's news. Sign up today at houstonpublicmedia.org/Hello Houston.
Tonight on Houston Public Media TV 8, a night of drama beginning at 7 with Call the Midwife, followed at 8 by the new series Mr. Bates versus the Post Office. Then at 9, a new episode of Alice and Jack, tonight on TV 8.
News 88.7, Jason Clark here with you on this Sunday morning. Skies currently partly sunny, temperatures in the low 60s around the area. We're headed toward a partly sunny afternoon with temperatures expected to top out at 70 degrees. Might be a little gusty out there with some wind as high as 20 miles per hour. Tonight, it'll be mostly cloudy with lows dropping down to 54 degrees, setting up for a sunny start to the week with highs expected at 73.
Go straight on.
This is your NPR station, KUHF Houston News 88.7, a service of the University of Houston. It's 11 o'clock.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Skandaris in for Brent Bambury. This is Day 6.
Go stand against that wall and pose so I can text it to the founder of the company.
There has been a lot of commotion about the new Brandy Melville documentary.
$500 Brandy Melville haul.
How is it still open? Behind the Brand at Brandy Melville, a new doc on the toxic foundations of a teen fashion empire. That's coming up on Day 6. Today, Soundtrack for a changing planet.
Make music out of the science.
Transforming depressing data about coral reefs into songs. The kids show that drives adults to tears.
By the end, you're kind of on the floor.
What's next for Blue? And Finding Priscilla.
He replied straight back saying, "You've got her."
After 30 years, the bus from Priscilla, Queen of the Desert is missing no more. All today on Day 6, the Radical Road Trips edition. We're back after the news.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Giles Snyder. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is criticizing reports that the U.S. intends to impose sanctions on members of an Israeli battalion for alleged human rights violations against Palestinians in the West Bank. NPR's Peter Kenyon reports that Netanyahu says he's been working with the Biden administration to avoid sanctions against Israelis.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said Washington has been collecting facts and analyzing the situation regarding the need for sanctions, and he said, quote, "I think that you'll see results very soon." The sanctions would be imposed against members of the IDF's Netzah Yehuda battalion. Israeli media quote Netanyahu is calling the plan for sanctions against Israeli soldiers at a time they are fighting terrorists the height of absurdity. Separately, Netanyahu welcomed U.S. House passage of billions of dollars in aid for Israel. Peter Kenyon, NPR News, Jerusalem.
That foreign aid package passed by the House this weekend also includes $60 billion for Ukraine. The BBC's James Waterhouse is in Kyiv. He reports the badly needed American military hardware could be in Ukraine within a week.
The arrival of this aid with these artillery shells and medium-range missiles and air defense systems, they allow exhausted Ukrainian troops to try and halt those advancing soldiers. They might be able to challenge Russia's air superiority, and they might be able to better protect cities like Kyiv and Kharkiv in the northeast and Odessa in the south from continued Russian missile attacks. So it is significant. What it doesn't do, I think, is give Ukraine the instant means to start liberating territory and forcing Russia out.
The BBC's James Waterhouse reporting there from Kyiv. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is asking the Senate to quickly pass that foreign aid package. He appeared on NBC's Meet the Press today, saying the support will give Ukraine a chance for victory. The Senate is to begin considering the bill this week. Justice Department urging people to report to federal law enforcement any efforts to intimidate voters during this year's elections. NPR's Hansi Lo Wong reports on the department's preparations to respond to attempts to violate the rights of eligible voters.
The Justice Department has released a new guide to remind voters that federal law bans intimidation and threats throughout the voting process. It includes registering to vote, casting a ballot, and counting votes, according to Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark.
If someone tries to prevent you from voting by threatening to hurt you, spreading intentionally false information about where, when, or how to vote, deliberately blocking your access to the polling place, or similar acts, call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI.
The Justice Department says it's also collecting tips on the FBI's website. Hansi Lo Wong, NPR News.
And from Washington, you're listening to NPR News.
It's News 88.7, and I'm Christoph Ratliff, Member Relations Specialist. Today, we're coming to you over the air to ask you to support trusted news, meaningful conversations, and local programs like ICU. The best part of public radio campaigns is that they are inclusive. We need all of our listeners to come together and power the programming they rely on. There's also a dollar-for-dollar match on the table. So when you make a gift in any amount, it will be doubled by a special group of our Studio Society members. Here's how that works. Your $10 will turn into $20, and your $100 will turn into $200. When you select your gift, you have the option to select mock tickets to hear Houstonians tell their stories in an open mic setting. Here's Camille with more on the match.
When you donate, you're giving a gift to yourself and the whole community. Free access to radio that ignites the imagination. But the truth is, there's no guarantee that this service will continue to grow unless our listeners from across the region support it. So, if you're listening in the Woodlands, Galveston, Sugar Land, and everywhere in between, we want to hear from you today. We're ready to take your call or text or gift online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
And the number is 888-909-0887. Again, that's 888-909-0887. And don't forget, there's a matching opportunity on the table right now, thanks to a special group of Studio Society donors. So this is an especially good time to renew your annual support or to become a new member at any amount, because it's worth double. When you call or text, leave us a comment. We want to hear what inspires you to give and to learn more about the programming that is most impactful to you. Our number is 888-909-0887, and the website is houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. Thank you.
I'm Stephanie Skandaris, in for Brent Bambury. Welcome back to Day 6.
People are obsessed with this idea of Brandy Melville, and there's always going to be this Brandy Melville look and mold.
I just wish someone had kind of stepped in and made us realize this isn't okay, this isn't normal, this isn't how jobs are supposed to be.
That's from a new documentary called Brandy Hellville and the Cult of Fast Fashion. It's two young women speaking about their experience working at Brandy Melville. Brandy Melville is a clothing brand that caters almost exclusively to teenage girls. It has a huge presence in that market. The brand's social media pages have billions of views, and it's not unusual to see lineups out the door at its stores as girls wait to shop the one-size-fits-all stock. That one size, by the way, is very small. When journalist Kate Taylor started looking into the brand, she found some pretty serious allegations of racist, sexist, and exploitative business practices. Kate published her findings in a 2021 expose. The new HBO documentary is based on her work and features interviews with former employees and executives. Kate Taylor is a senior correspondent on the features team at Business Insider. Kate, good morning. Welcome to Day 6.
Yes, thank you so much for having me.
So how big of a deal is the brand Brandy Melville for teenage girls?
I think Brandy Melville is this fascinating brand because if you talk to someone above the age of 32, they haven't even heard of it. But if you're a teenage girl, it is this huge, huge brand and almost kind of a piece of people's identity.
I mean, I've heard it's even been described as a cult, right?
Yes, and that is both because of how obsessed people are with the brand and kind of how the business is structured. The founder, Stefan Marsan, was able to tap these very cool, very popular girls who looked a very specific way to become employees at the store and kind of de facto models and marketing for the store.
And kind of deploying social media to build this universe, I think?
Yes, by hiring kind of these girls to work in the store, but also to model the clothes, to take photos of themselves, and to have photos of these girls be posted on the Brandy Melville Instagram, it became something where people started to recognize the girls who worked in the stores who also showed up on Instagram, and they felt like kind of minor celebrities.
Okay, so we have this brand that's building its influence and its power by using social media. What led you to start investigating them?
I wasn't someone who grew up wearing Brandy Melville. I'm a little bit older than that, but I was talking about it with a friend, and I kind of was like, oh, I wonder who founded this company. And it was so difficult to find the CEO's name that I ended up looking through court documents, which led me to these really horrific allegations of discrimination and racism that I hadn't really seen reported on anywhere.
And you spoke to more than 30 people who were employed by Brandy Melville. Some of these were teens who were working in the store as young as 14 years old. What did they tell you about working there?
For a lot of these girls, working at Brandy Melville was their entire identity. They kind of got this affirmation about being cool by working there. But the dark side of that was there was this immense pressure to fit a certain mold. A lot of people described eating disorders. And there was an element of sexual exploitation that I think at the time not everyone necessarily realized. Multiple people said that they felt that they had to change their clothes in front of these older male executives when they were trying on new clothing, and that if they weren't willing to kind of go completely topless, they would not be one of the favorites and they would not receive the same treatment as other employees.
You also heard that teens working there had to take photos every shift and their managers were sent the photos. How did that become normalized?
The photos every shift is something that everyone described, and I think that at the time they thought it was normal to take these photos, say it's store style, and it's, oh, here's what people are wearing today. But then you photos of these young teenagers and keeping them over years. And I think not everyone even realized it was a problem until years later. A lot of the people I talked with were now in their early 20s and kind of looking back at this time and saying, oh, wow, at the time I thought that this was such an important part of my identity, but now I realize how messed up this was.
And then it even moves beyond the actual stores themselves. Some of these young employees, you found they had access to company credit cards, they got sent on shopping sprees and trips to Italy, access to a company apartment in New York City. And you also found evidence that a manager was sexually assaulted in that apartment, but no one was ever charged. Can you tell us what happened there?
Yeah, so if you kind of were in the higher-ups, Stefan Marsan and some of the other executives' good graces, there was this idea that you would receive perks and were able to go on these international trips, stay in the New York City apartment. And one person who I spoke with, who was in her early 20s, told me that she was staying in the New York apartment and one of these older Italian men who does business with Brandy had visited, and essentially she woke up next to him without memory of the night before and believing she had been sexually assaulted. And I was able to see her hospital records. She told the hospital that she had been raped by her boss and that she was afraid to go to the place because she was working on a visa. And she was worried that Brandy Melville would fire her and she would lose her visa and have to go back to the country that she had come from.
Wow. There was also, in your investigation, a Canadian angle to some of it, particularly about a store at Square One, which is a mall in Mississauga just outside of Toronto. Why did that Square One store get shut down?
Yes, the Canadian franchisee, the man who ran all the Canadian stores, basically got in hot water with Brandy Melville and Stefan Marsan because he wanted to hire the people who were best for the job. And that was not always the people who were thinnest, the people who were always white. And when some of these Brandy Melville higher-ups came to visit his stores, they criticized him, saying that he had hired people who were not thin enough. And at the mall, they were saying, oh, there's too many people who aren't white shopping here, basically. Like, we want to sell money to these thin white customers, and you're operating a mall that has a more diverse population, and that to them was unacceptable.
So not only did they want to only hire white people, they also only wanted to sell to white people?
Yes, which the people who I spoke with at Brandy Melville, including this Canadian franchisee, kind of said, I don't understand. Like, more sales are more sales. Why would you discriminate who is buying your clothing? But Stefan Marsan had this very specific image on who should be buying Brandy Melville. And he didn't want that to be people who were not his rich, thin, white, blonde ideal.
Kate, I'm a millennial. I clearly remember having conversations about Abercrombie and Fitch, about American Apparel, about allegations of improper behavior at these stores. I mean, this is like a generation ago. When I first heard this story, all I could think was, how are we still having these conversations?
Yes, I mean, I'm a millennial myself, and I kind of had always been like, Gen Z is going to fix all of our issues, where they want more diverse models. They want more sizes. They're moving beyond these very restrictive ideals of beauty that I had grown up with as a millennial. So I think it's an interesting juxtaposition and kind of a sad juxtaposition that there are still brands that both make it their public-facing ideal to have things only be one size, and then behind the scenes are facing these accusations of bias in an even more horrific manner.
You'd uncovered so many shocking things in the course of this investigation. Is there anything that shocked you the most?
I think that the most shocking thing to me were the text messages between these male executives and higher-ups at Brandy Melville. There was a group chat where they were all exchanging kind of jokes, memes, and it was truly the most offensive, over the top. Like, it felt like everyone was trying to be more offensive than the other person. You had people using the N-word. You had so many references to Hitler. You had these really, really graphic, pornographic photos. It was things that all of these male higher-ups at Brandy Melville were all talking about together as they were running this chain for young girls, and never even offered a public apology for all of this.
And now here we are. This documentary has put an even bigger spotlight on this story. And yet, there's a Brandy Melville store still just up the street from the CBC building that I'm in right now. There are still frequently lineups outside of it of young girls, even in the middle of the night, to buy clothes from them. Do you think that after all of this, anything is going to change?
I hope that it changes, but it really depends on teenagers today. And it doesn't really matter what I think about Brandy Melville because I'm not their target audience. It matters what younger people think. And if they demand change, I think Brandy Melville will have to change.
Kate, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Kate Taylor is a senior correspondent for Business Insider. She led the original investigation into Brandy Melville in 2021. We asked Brandy Melville to comment on this story. We did not hear back before broadcast. Here are some other stories we're keeping an eye on this weekend.
There are precipitating events around the globe that we're all watching very carefully, and we know that the world is watching us to see if America will stand up for its allies.
U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson has told members to prepare to vote this evening on 4 separate bills related to U.S. foreign policy. 3 of the bills are to provide more aid and military assistance to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. The 4th covers sanctions and other measures against Russia, China, and Iran, as well as a ban on TikTok unless it divests from its China-based owner. The vote on Ukraine is especially urgent. Ukraine suffered great losses this week, at least in part because of its dwindling supply of air defense missiles. Russian airstrikes killed dozens across the country. Key infrastructure continues to be targeted. A major power station in Kyiv was destroyed. And the Wall Street Journal reports the U.S. Justice Department is preparing to bring an antitrust case against concert giant Live Nation, Ticketmaster's parent company. The report says the DOJ will allege Live Nation has leveraged its market dominance to undermine competition for ticket selling. Live Nation and Ticketmaster merged in 2010. The lawsuit is expected to be filed within weeks. Still to come on day 6, after 30 years, the bus from Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, is missing no more. I'm Stephanie Skandaris, in for Brent Bambury.
Tonight on Houston Public Media TV 8, a night of drama beginning at 7 with Call the Midwife, followed at 8 by the new series Mr. Bates versus the Post Office. Then at 9, a new episode of Alice and Jack. Tonight on TV 8.
Hi, I'm Cesar Drolt, native Houstonian and proud Houston Public Media board member. When I'm not developing digital solutions for my clients, I am advocating for local civic organizations and stressing the importance of trusted media sources. Houston Public Media shares my values, and that's why I am a supporter. I've achieved success in business because of a strong educational foundation. Join me in supporting Houston Public Media. Let's make sure this essential public education resource is available for the next generation of Houstonians.
Support comes from Comcast Business. From Main Street to Wall Street, Comcast Business provides business solutions ranging from cybersecurity solutions to round-the-clock partnership. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
I'm Stephanie Skandaris, in for Brent Bambury. Welcome back to Day 6.
A new warning this week from 2 scientific groups. They say record-breaking ocean temperatures are causing a mass bleaching event that is damaging coral reefs around the world.
Coral reefs around the world are turning white and sometimes dying due to rising ocean temperatures. That threatens fragile marine ecosystems and the livelihoods of the people who depend on them. In Florida, where coral reefs have been in decline for decades, Heather O'Leary has been tracking the economic and social impacts of 2 environmental shocks: harmful algae blooms and coral reef depletion due to disease. Heather O'Leary is an anthropologist at the University of South Florida, St. Petersburg, and she worried that once her findings went public, only other scientists would look at the data. So she decided to remix her research in the hopes of getting more Floridians invested in what's happening in their own backyard.
I thought maybe this is a way for people to really listen to this data that I think impacts them on such fundamental levels.
Heather O'Leary enlisted the support of music students and arts faculty to turn her data into music.
I think I've always believed in the ability for the arts and sciences to work together and to inspire one another and to help us see the world in new and beautiful and scary and productive ways. So there were 2 separate research projects, and each one of these research projects looked at one of the major environmental threats to the Floridian coast. I began to think about, and really envision who reads these pieces, who reads not only the data that we share, open access, but
keep right and then exit right.
Hey, sorry about the
Exit right.
Sorry about the pause, because I have to take a lunch break. We're running a lunch break. I had a taste of it from the loop being joining me. So that's my mom ordered. So I have about miles left for March. So I'm almost there. So if you need to go to lunch now,
Go straight
I
on.
think I'm gonna go ahead and get it right now. So thank you for your patience. Let's get soon gone.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left, and then turn right. Turn right. Finally, we are here. Okay, here we go. Ready to turn left. Turn left. Turn right. Go straight on. Turn left. Get ready to turn right. Turn right, and then turn left. Turn left. You have arrived at your destination. Your route guidance is now finished. Let's do this. Turn left. route. Turn left. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Go straight on. Keep right. Keep right. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. and then turn right. Turn right. route. Keep left, and then continue straight on. Go straight on. Recomputing. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left. Okay, let's find a new route. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Important, and that was a big aha.
Okay, so kenke is this dish in Ghana. It's like a staple food. It's almost like it's like a big tamal, right? It's made of corn.
Fermented. It's
fermented corn batter that's steamed in the husk, right? So
that's right.
Finding that connection between that dish and grits is also sort of like seeing very real the connection between African food as it's eaten and like sustaining people in Africa and certainly in the low country of South Carolina and for Black America more generally. How did that feel to make that connection?
I get chills as you're talking about it because sometimes when we look at our food, we're only looking at it in terms of our lifetime or the people who are connected. Like maybe I look at this dish, my lifetime, and maybe what my grandmother has told me, so part of her lifetime. And when you see the connections of a place that you have never been, and when you go there, you can actually talk to people about, oh my gosh, I'm seeing your food, and let me tell you what we did with it. From the things that you did and your culture, let me tell you, which is very exciting, what happened to it once it left this place and it went to America, and then it was with us, and we're your ancestors. That is the connection that I made, and that's what I found so exciting. And I think having those conversations is so important because you see how food is a living thing. Even though the culture changes ever so slightly as you move through and the food changes, finding those connections in the food connects us to the people in another land.
Yeah. As I'm watching this episode, I'm also thinking so much about like, okay, there's the use of corn both in the South and the US and the use of corn in Africa, and you're making those connections. And, you know, soul food is Black food. But you've written in the past about how you've had this sort of relationship with it where, like, you were trying to sort of hide it or, you know, and then you came back to embrace it. Well, how did making this episode sort of make you revisit that conversation with yourself? And why did you hide it? And why did you, at some point, learn to embrace it again?
You know what was really interesting about this episode, even talking about grits with Sun Michaud and when we were in Charleston and talking about sugar or no sugar, like sweet or savory grits. So that brought up something for me because grits are very much a part of growing up. And growing up, I did not have shrimp and grits, so I did not eat savory grits. And so in this episode, I am thinking about my relationship with an ingredient that has become part of a relationship with the food that I may make as a chef, as a Black chef. And also owning part of this story that is very much a part of me. So in this episode, I am reminded how much much I rejected soul food, and I rejected it mainly because I didn't want to be pigeonholed. I didn't want to go to culinary school, like go to a French culinary school, pay for it, and then get out and have to do food that people expected me to do. I'm a bit of a contrarian, and and so I'm like, I can do other things.
Right.
And a lot of my career was about doing other things. And it wasn't until I came back around and I realized that I am the culinary matriarch of my family. So it is up to me to carry
and then
through
continue
a lot
straight
of the
on.
things that my grandmother made. Even though I wasn't in the kitchen at the time, it is up to me to pass it along
straight on.
to my nephews and my niece and other members of my family, like my stepson, and and so I realized if I don't do it, who else is going to do it?
Yeah. Okay, so you traveled to many countries for the show, and like I could see your excitement when you're talking to people. I can see your excitement when you're learning, like on camera. But on camera or off, like what were some really memorable experiences? Like who were some people you talked to or bites you tasted that really were going to stick with you?
When I first met Gamze in
Get ready
Istanbul,
to turn right.
And she's the culinary historian who was introducing me to dondurma.
Turn right.
Her energy immediately.
Like the Turkish ice cream.
The Turkish ice cream.
Okay.
I immediately felt like I had known her forever. Her energy. I remember sitting there with her, and I tasted the Turkish hot drink, goat's milk and sugar and salep and a little bit of cinnamon. And
Salep is like a tree sap?
Oh, so salep is dried purple orchids in the ground.
Okay.
And this powder gives things the texture of it's almost sticky and stretchy. That's what gives dondurma the texture. And so I'm drinking this hot drink, and for me, because I've done food television, I get used to explaining what my experience is, and I'm sitting there and I'm saying, wow, and I feel like a little bird. I'm tasting it, and I said, you know what this tastes like? It's almost the silky texture of cream of wheat, like a loose cream of wheat that's been cooked enough. And she goes, oh my gosh, yes. But for her, to have that exchange when I am bringing something from my childhood that reminds me of something, and we have this back and forth exchange, and it's almost like language, but the language of expression and experience. So mine is American at home with cream of wheat. It's also like my grandmother's boiled custard. And so because she has been to America, she understands how her food is connecting to something that I've had. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
And those little moments, being in a new place, in a new country, and hearing different languages around me and tasting something, it really intensifies that experience. And it's exciting, and you want to have more of them. And that's just one of them.
Yeah.
And another episode that I love was with Karima Moyer-Nochi in the chicken pot pie episode. She is showing me this recipe from the 16th century, and she has, it's like a very thick spring-form pan. She has the crust on the bottom. She does a collar around the top, and she fills this crust with flour. And then we cut out another circle, and she puts it on top, and the flour only leaves about a half-inch border at the top, and she cuts a hole out in the middle of this crust, and she just lays it in there, and it's concave, and she puts this into the oven. And then when this crust is baked, we're excavating the flour out of this dough, and I'm looking at it, and this, the flour becomes really hard, so you're literally trying to chisel cauldron, and she's just swirling this around in this beautiful silky base that we add the stock to thicken this base, and then we put all of that chicken and more of the stock, and then we flip over the cap, the lid, and we put it back in the oven for a little bit, and it just dawned on me, just the whole name of chicken pot pie is so literal. And I was blown away. So every step of this journey, I am thinking, like, oh my gosh, I want to do that pot. And then I want to take something from England, from the pasty, from Cornwall. And then I want to take something from the flavors in Jamaica and now make my new version of chicken pot pie, taking all of these influences and showing where it has brought me. So if the dish itself has gone through all of these iterations and been butterfly effect, then the experience of this journey is now giving me a new version of a chicken pot pie.
We'll be back to talk more with Carla Hall, host of Chasing Flavor, and we'll take your calls. I'm Francis Lamb, and this is The Splendid Table from APM.
From Austin to Houston, Dallas to San Antonio, Marfa, El Paso, and in bureaus across the Lone Star State, reporters are pulling together the stories and the voices of people making news right now, right here in Texas. I'm David Brown, inviting you to join us for a complete view of the day's events when it's Texas Standard Time.
The Texas Standard, weekdays at 10 a.m. on News 88.7.
Support comes from Comcast Business, partnering with companies to help keep their business moving by offering a network of cybersecurity solutions and round-the-clock support. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply. ComcastBusiness.com. Support comes from St. Luke's Health, presenting Innovating Health, a 6-part video series focused on healthcare innovations. Episode 1 highlights the impact of the Texas Medical Center and is available now at stlukeshealth.org/innovatinghealth.
The Splendid Table is supported by BetterHelp, committed to helping clients with issues ranging from relationship challenges and goal setting to grief and depression. Learn more at betterhelp.com/public. I'm Francis Lamb, and this is the show for curious cooks and eaters. We're talking today with chef and TV personality Carla Hall about her new show, Chasing Flavor, and we're taking your cooking questions. Let's get back to it with her. Okay, we have callers who have cooking questions for us. You ready?
Oh, let's do it.
All right, let's go to
So to combine them when you need buttermilk just makes more sense. You can also control the consistency of it, because there's some recipes that I may want a thicker buttermilk than others. For pancakes, I may want a thinner buttermilk than I would want for my biscuits. While we're talking about pancakes, one of the things that I have learned from pancake experts, and I want people to try it, I don't care if they're vegan, I don't care if they're gluten-free. Okay, I may care if they're gluten-free, but if they're vegan, but to let that batter sit for at least an hour or two.
Really?
When the aged batter, and you can do a side-by-side. Make your pancake mix, let it sit, and then let it activate, let the glutens relax, and then do a batch that you make right then, a la minute, and then do a side-by-side and see which pancake you like the best. And I guarantee you, well, I can't guarantee you, I think you're gonna like the aged batter best.
Why?
It is, it's lighter. There is something about the glutens and the raising agents and the flavor, especially if you're doing like malted pancakes or that vanilla, everything comes together and they're just beautiful and light. That is the only time when I look at a pancake and it seems thicker than I want it to be, but it still bends if you were to lift an edge. It doesn't lift up like a plate, it lifts up like a blanket, and that's the pancake that I want.
That is what I want too. I don't even know that pancake and I want that pancake. Okay, let me ask you this, one more thing about buttermilk, because I know you know about frying chicken. I think the idea of buttermilk fried chicken is such a sort of iconic thing. People just like love the sound of it. I kind of I feel bad
Go ahead and
saying
say
this.
it. Go ahead and say it,
feel
Prince.
bad
Say it.
I don't know that I have personally felt marinating chicken you're gonna fry in buttermilk does a whole lot. But I guess it does because people swear by it. But what's the deal with... You're shaking your head. You don't marinate the chicken you're gonna fry in buttermilk.
I don't like it. I don't like it because what happens, I think buttermilk, yogurt, it works as a marinade. You know, if you're doing Indian food, it works as a marinade when you're cooking it, when you're baking it or roasting it. It doesn't work for frying because by adding moisture to the skin, and I know people will say, oh, and then they put it back in the refrigerator and they let it dry out. By adding moisture, when you fry the chicken, you're creating stain between the skin and the meat. And by frying it, you're going to lift up. That's why the skin will come off. It is because you've created stain from adding moisture to the chicken itself. So, if you want to use buttermilk, I would say add buttermilk powder to your flour or cornstarch mixture. You get the flavor, it stays dry. And then you can add all these other flavors. I tend to add vinegar powder, Callustians, you can get it online. Vinegar powder creates a tackiness to the skin, and the flour sticks. It also adds some tanginess. So the butter.
Just a little bit. I imagine you're not trying to make it like sour. You're just like that's a cool idea.
You're not trying to make it sour, but think about some of the best chickens out there. I mean, Chick-fil-A, it's kind of tangy. It's vinegar. Yeah. I mean, because you have the crispy fattiness of the skin, and you're balancing it with acid. I mean, really, when you think about anything that you're eating, the reason it's yummy is because you're balancing it with flavor. So, fats with salt and vinegar. Think about a good salad dressing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about all the other things. I'm even thinking about a pecan pie. I add vinegar to my pecan pie. I add vinegar to chess pie. It's balancing the sweetness with the fat and the sugar, and it works with both savory and sweet.
Okay. Well, all right. Okay, let's think about the problem. This is
tongue song with Antonia and Angela. Beef tongue, beef tongue, beef tongue, beef tongue. So Antonia pulled out a beef tongue and did beef tongue sandwiches. I do not eat a lot of offal. I mean those
like
organ meats.
And
However, I think that pointing to a lot of French recipes, you know, a lot of Mexican food, they're using those parts. And she mentions the top round. I think some of those cuts of meat that have a lot of connective tissue that braise well, where you can just put anything in a pot with some braising liquid and just let it go, or to smoke it. But I want to hear how you do the beef hearts. When I think about chicken hearts or any of these meats, I think about adding them to other things, like rice, dirty rice, and things like that. But tell me how you do the hearts.
I mean, I have to say, I don't cook this a lot. Like, I don't want to like misrepresent. It's like, oh, Francis out there getting those beef hearts again.
But how do you eat them? How would you order them when you go out?
Well, okay, here's what I would say. This is maybe a very food geeky thing to say, but hey, we're on this one table. Maybe this will fly with people listening. But I love beef heart and beef tongue kind of for the same reason, but their taste and texture are very different than one another. But I think of beef heart and beef tongue as being these kind of almost like a perfect middle between muscle meat, like a steak, and an organ meat in terms of the flavor. And again, their textures are very different. Like beef tongue, you can enjoy different ways. Traditionally, in a lot of places, beef tongue is braised or simmered until it's quite tender. So in Mexican food, like when you get like tacos de lengua, for instance, that's tongue that's been cooked for a really long time, so it's very tender, like almost meltingly tender. Then they like dice it, and then they'll like sear it, you know, on the griddle, so it gets that crisp edge. And it has this very like, again, it's a flavor that's almost exactly in between steak and like a seared liver.
That sounds so good as you're describing it.
I just love that flavor. Like growing up in my house, we would braise it with like a broth that would be seasoned with like black peppercorns, a little bit of star anise, a little bit of sugar, probably some ginger and some scallion, and like soy sauce. And then you just and it has so much of its flavor its own, so it creates its own cooking broth, you know, while you're simmering it. And then we would slice it, and you know, that would be something we would eat with rice. Heart, I've actually never cooked myself, but I love, like, sometimes you'll find actually lots of different, particularly South American cuisines, where the heart is sliced thin and grilled, and it tends to have, I guess you can call it tough, it's a very hard-working muscle, right? But when it's sliced thin and grilled, it has almost like a chewy, almost like a snappy texture, and a very deep, irony flavor. So I guess tongue would be more towards the tender beefiness, and like heart would be like a hardcore beefiness. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no. As you're saying it, I'm thinking about the organs that blood is pumping through would be more metallic, you know, like liver, like heart, and whereas the tongue would be maybe not as strong, closer to muscle meat. But you're selling it. My mouth is watering. All right, Natty, come up with your broth. Natty, come up with something really interesting. I think the idea and the personality of the broth could be anything.
Yeah, totally. And look, I know like not everyone is a fan of these kinds of cuts and these kinds of meat, but like, you know, it's reality, right? It's like, this is the reality. Like when we have animals, when we have, you know, we there are lots of parts, and we kind of have to respect the life of the animal, I think, and the more we encourage people who might be on the fence, I think, you know, the less waste we might have in this world. But, you know, speaking of reality, Carla, you know, I think something I've always really loved about you is you embrace the reality of life in lots of ways. In aging, I've heard you talk about, you know, why you show your gray hair.
beef, and as I get older, I can't process it after 4 o'clock. So when people are talking about beef alternatives, like Beyond Meat and other things, I'm like, oh, I can have a burger at 7 o'clock at night, you know? Because before I would have to plan that meal, you know, otherwise my digestion just doesn't work that way. And I think as I look at my body and my skin and my hair, and I want to live a long life, so I have to honor how my body works. And I always say that when you're young, you don't think about it. You know, you can eat anything. It's like having a new car. You don't really have to get that oil change when you have a new car. You don't really have to get that oil change. But when you have an older car, you need to get that oil change. You may need to get that oil change every 3,000 miles instead of every 5,000 miles. So that's how I treat my body. I honor how it is changing. And so I have to be real about those things, and I have to be really responsible. But I'm really, I've become wiser about listening to my body and realizing it's not the new car that it was. Yeah. I think also what I love about, you know, vegetarians and alternative meals being at the forefront of a lot of chefs' minds is that I will go and have a heavier meal in the middle of the day. But when I go out to eat with friends, I'm probably going to have that vegetarian meal. And I want it to be interesting, and I want it to be thoughtful. And so it's not just vegetarians who are driving the change in the offerings in a restaurant. And I almost wanted to shift, like in Europe, have those meals in the middle of the day, like dinner, and then have the lighter things at night. You know, that's not going to happen. But I think to have a variety of things, because 51% of the population are women all over the world. I mean, we are the driving force. We're the older people. We're the biggest group. And so we can actually change and dictate how and what is served later at night. I'm just saying, listen to us.
Well, I mean, we should really just listen to more about pretty much everything. Thank you so much, Carla. It has been so much fun talking with you.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love talking to you. I love the questions because now I'm going to go and think about beef tongue and all that I can do with both buttermilk and buttermilk powder.
Yeah. Carla Hall is host of Chasing Flavor on Max and author of Carla's Soul Food, Every Day in Celebration. You can find her recipe for strawberry cake at splendidtable.org. Coming up, a look at some of the influences on soul food with Todd Richards, author of Roots, Heart, and Soul. Stick around. I'm Francis Lamb, and this is The Splendid Table from 8 p.m.
Imagine transforming that old car in your driveway into compelling, community-focused journalism right here in Houston. Hi, I'm Eddie Robinson. It's easy. Just visit HoustonPublicMedia.org/support to explore all the ways you can give, including vehicle donation, employer matching, and estate giving. Every act of generosity counts in supporting the news that matters. Give today.
Life coming at you fast? Many times, there's not enough hours in the day to follow all of Houston's news. When you find yourself too busy to stay informed, we have 2 words for you. Hello, Houston. A daily newsletter delivered right to your inbox from Houston Public Media. Every morning, we bring you a quick recap of the previous day and a look ahead at the current day's news. Sign up today at HoustonPublicMedia.org/HelloHouston.
The Splendid Table is supported by Million Bazillion, a podcast from Marketplace, teaching your kids important lessons about money. You'll learn about bankruptcy, labor unions, and more. Listen to Million Bazillion wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Francis Lamb, and this is the show for curious cooks and eaters. Todd Richards is a chef in Atlanta who, for years, people told me that I need to meet. And when I finally got to spend time with him, it was actually at a meeting for the Southern Foodways Alliance where we served on the board together. And he was super thoughtful and generous with his time when it came to supporting people who, are telling the story of Southern food. But like my most enduring memory of him was when he had to leave that meeting in the middle of it to go catch his flight. He said our goodbyes, he gets in his car, and then like 30 seconds later, he was back in the meeting on Zoom as he was driving the hour and a half to the airport. And we're like, careful, man. But that's the kind of guy he is. He is a great storyteller of food himself. His new book is Roots, Heart, and Soul, the story, celebration, and recipes of Afro cuisine in America. Hey, Chef, it's great to see you.
Hey, Francis.
So, I know we have a new book to talk about with you, but I actually want to go back to your first one, your book Soul, because I think when people hear the word soul food, they think they know what it is, right? It's fried chicken, it's mac and cheese. There are these dishes that just like come to mind immediately. But you wrote a whole book about how really it's more than that. So what were you trying to say about soul food in your first book?
That's a really great question, Francis. The things about soul food that people always say is fried chicken, mac and cheese, and things like that, and collard greens, which are all true. But some things are not necessarily true in just that small perspective, where soul food is not just a monolith. It has really a lot of different nuances and different regions of the country in which it's affected by. So if you look at the South, where collard greens could be prevalent, in the North or Chicago where I come from, it could be collard greens or turnip greens. So it's more than just a pinch of this or a pinch of that. There's a lot of more science that goes along with it, and it takes a lot of skill to make pigtails and oxtails and all those things taste really good. It takes a lot of science, a lot of know-how, a lot of ingenuity to do that. Think about collard greens and the way you cook them, and you preserve them with the fat. The fat congeals when it gets cold. You have all those greens at the bottom. So, there's a scientific method to that as well. And then also that the versatility of...
Like for why you'd add like fat back or why you add...
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. Most definitely. And not only is it flavor, but you think about it, before refrigeration, we had to have a way to preserve these things so the fat would congeal. And you put that along something like French cuisine where you say duck confit, and duck confit is preserving duck and fat, So now, it really gives a sense of not only wonder of delicious food, it also gives a sense of pride to say that this food is right along any haute cuisine in the country or in the world.
Yeah, because again, people think of soul food as being, the origins of soul food or poor people food and, those kinds of stereotypes. But it's a cuisine of skill, right? To make those things just as delicious as anything else. And I love that idea.
I mean, who would ever think to take chitlins, to take big intestines outside of making sausage and make that really taste good? Those things like that are fascinating. I think the other thing that's fascinating to me is fried chicken, which is really not universally just a black food. I mean, there's fried chicken in every cuisine around the world. And also, soul food was never about eating fried chicken every day. Chicken was a, once a week item, and also it bore eggs. So why would you kill the animal that bore eggs for you? So there's a lot of just misconceptions and that it's fattening food. And, but how is it fattening when 85% of the cuisine is based off of vegetables and grains and things like that? Meat was a luxury.
Yeah, it was actually much more vegetable cuisine.
Vegetable-driven, rice-driven, corn, greens, onions, squashes, cucumbers, and tomatoes. The other stereotype, of course, is watermelon. We see the caricatures of watermelons and things like that. Well, watermelon is one of the biggest reasons that we were able to survive. It provided nutrition, kept us hydrated, and was versatile. You use the skins for different things. You can dry them. Sometimes they would dry the skins and use them for soles of shoes and things like that. So here it is. You have something as delicious as watermelon, and it's the salad that's on the back of the book. To show people that this watermelon should be celebrated in our cuisine, not something that we've made fun of about it.
I'm going to go back to this thing you just mentioned about how fried chicken is associated with soul food, but obviously it's also enjoyed around the world. And it leads us a little bit into this new book that you've written. This book is a little bit sort of like in my mind, I think of it as the prequel to the story of soul food, right? Where it's you've explored the food from West Africa and how it traveled across the Caribbean to the Americas and how it's
lot of chefs, Chef Stefan from Haiti, who's really a great friend of mine. He was a great friend before, but even now with the book, Adrian Miller, who's a real great scholar of soul food and barbecue, and Zella Palmer, who's a Chicagoan like myself. But one thing that people may not know, I did a lot of the research about Chicago with my aunt, and I really wanted to get her perspective of Chicago, during that second migration period of moving from the south to the north. And then I was able to take that and tie that back to meeting people like Stefan and understanding Haiti. When you look at Haiti's contribution to the America, with New Orleans and Chicago, being the quote-unquote discovered place of the Midwest, that it kind of tied all those things together, just, talking with all of them. And there's many more, that I can name, but those four right there, are some of the greatest heavy hitters I ever known to contribute to a book.
Keep left.
So tell us about Chef Stefan and what you cooked with him.
The fascinating thing about Chef Stefan is that he is probably the greatest culinary ambassador of Haiti that I know. And what he gave me was insight to that, again, it's not just a monolith of food, that is versatile, that it took other people's cuisines and made it its own.
Keep
that
left.
The knowledge of food that he has broadened my horizon in cooking. Some of the techniques like pickles that's in the book and oxtails are in the book. Also, he helped me make it familiar to myself. When you look at pickles and pickled cabbage, and me growing up in Chicago, with sauerkrauts and things like that, there's not too far of a stretch from that. He's one of the greatest ambassadors of Haitian food and probably food of the entire region that I know.
Get ready to turn right.
Tell us about that recipe for the Haitian oxtail and beef broth. And actually, you make the pickled cabbage, the pickles with that, right?
Turn right.
Most definitely. And I'm an oxtails fan anyway. I mean, I love eating oxtails. But the great thing about it is the way we use peppers. Using Scotch bonnet, really gives some spice that I don't think that I would have thought about it before. My training as a chef, would do it more the French way, which is still Haiti, the mirepoix and things like that. But the beef broth, to me, was really the essence, and the Scotch bonnet that gave it spice. And it was not a spice like it was hot, even though Scotch bonnet is one of the hottest peppers. It was more of a warming of the body and the soul that I got from the Scotch bonnets, because oxtails have a good amount of cartilage and fat in it, and gelatin in it. So that Scotch bonnet really helped just soothe everything down and digestion. It's such a brilliant way to approach oxtails.
Yeah, walk us through the method of that recipe and how you actually control the heat and how you make that broth.
Well, really, what I learned was about not splitting the pepper. Keep the pepper whole, let the true essence come out of it. Not overly roasting the pepper either, because that really, brought the heat up. And then, the searing of the oxtail. And I think might be some debate whether you sear them or don't sear them. I think searing them ahead of time really help, bring that really delicious beef flavor out, and really complements it as well. And then the pickles, pickled cabbage. I mean, I'm a big fan of cabbage, and just having, the heat and the digestive with that rich dish is something special. But, to speak about Haiti, one thing I did not know is the amount of lemongrass that grows in Haiti. And so, having lemongrass, as a versatile tool that you can put in pickles, you can put in your oxtails as well, really brings out a whole different flavor that most people would not associate with, African cuisine or Haitian cuisine throughout.
You mentioned earlier there's a connection between Chicago and Haiti, and certainly for those of us who are not from Chicago, this might be a little known fact, but the French explorer who established the place that would become Chicago was in fact Haitian.
Correct.
His name was Dusab, right?
That is correct. And the Sabo Museum, something I went to as a kid, and I went to high school in that region and went to the University of Chicago in that region. So the Sabo Museum is right there in the middle of Chicago, around 51st or 52nd Street. And they also have changed Lakeshore Drive to the Sabo Lakeshore Drive. Really gives credence to the influence of Haiti. It gives more credence to West African influence on the region as well.
Yeah. So, okay, let's keep you in Chicago for a minute.
Get ready.
Because you also mentioned Zella Palmer.
Right.
And I know you have a passion for Chicago barbecue. But tell us about Zella Palmer, who she is, and
Turn
Chicago
right.
barbecue.
I mean, so, Zella, just like most Chicagoans, believe that Chicago is the best city in the world, which I agree with. I think architecturally it is one of, the most beautiful cities. But food-wise, barbecue is very, very important to Chicago. And the pits that we use are famous for are aquarium pits, meaning that the pit is basically, a pit that is enclosed in glass. And that's why they call it aquarium, because it looks like an aquarium. And it's charcoal with a little bit of wood, and so you really have this really great effect of that. And what Zella, really brought to the book is tying the Chicago region back to the South and really focusing on getting us to the Southwest with the Buffalo Soldiers, which is something to me it's just still not really talked about enough.
Tell us about the Buffalo Soldiers.
Buffalo Soldiers, it's really historical when you talk about black cowboys and the exploration of the West. And, though Lewis and Clark gets a lot of credit for it, which they know is well deserved, black cowboys were equally as a part of that migration, from the South to the West. And most people think that, after slavery, everyone went to the North. But that's not really historically, totally accurate. A lot went to Mexico and a lot went to the West, and the Buffalo Soldiers is definitely a good part of that
and then continue straight
exploration. And when you think about it, from the food trails that left out of the South, to the West,
straight on.
And you see, the influence of places like Louisiana and Georgia and the Caribbean going that way. The Buffalo Soldiers carrying that food that way really, really shaped that landscape of what Tex-Mex can be, as well. With that strong Louisiana presence, but that Mexico coming in there as well.
Okay, so then bring us back up to Chicago. So do you mean like the barbecue culture of Chicago was shaped by black folks who came not just up north, but through the Southwest and then up to Chicago?
Well, I think the barbecue culture of Chicago is shaped by the migration, of us moving to the north, where some went to New York, some went through Appalachia, to Chicago.
Right.
If you look
and
at,
then
my mom's
on.
side of the family, where, we have Alabama, then we go to Ohio,
straight
and come
on.
across to Chicago, you can really see the influence of the South. But when we get to, to Chicago and the smoked meats that we do, using that type of pit kind of makes sense because, one, it's cold outside, and you can't smoke meats all the time, with the temperature being, you imagine you're outside, you smoke your meats, you had to enclose it some in order to keep the temperature right. And just like in the South, where you have different type of barbecues, whether it's vinegar-based sauces or no sauce or ketchup-based sauces, Chicago, even our sauce bases, could be vinegar and ketchup and mustard all at the same time.
And then turn
but the
left.
smoking techniques really came from the aquarium pits where you have the steam
Turn
and
left.
the smoke as well.
Yeah, that's interesting. And are there like particular cuts?
Well, it has to be ribs. St. Louis talks about St. Louis ribs, but the best part of the ribs they throw away is the rib tip. The gristly part of the bottom of the rib. If you go to Chicago and you don't have rib tips, then you haven't been to a Chicago barbecue. And we put Lim's Barbecue in the book because that's the famous one that we went to as a kid on 75th, and it's really one of the best ones. And there's some that were there before, like Ribs and Bibs, but Lim's Barbecue has been there since I was a kid, and probably, my family members who are older than me, I'm sure they were there when they went to eat barbecue.
Yeah. Okay, so now that we got your total Chicago boy hat on,
right.
You're proud of that city. It's where you were born, but you write that your story begins in West Africa, and one of the most, I don't want to say one of the most, I guess it's not my place to say, but I think one of the overarching facts about Black American life, right, is that there are for many people this sense of disconnection, like how you'll never know who your ancestors were, to a point, because the history was that, these are people who were taken away from their homeland and then jumbled up here, so they don't know their history. There was this great sort of divide. So how did you
Francis?
Yeah.
Sorry, I think I'm getting to the answer before you even ask the question, a little bit there. But, one thing I just wanted to say is that I needed to find home. And you say that this book is probably a prequel before Soul. I needed to find what home was because there's so many things that I didn't know. A lot of myths, that go along the Black culture that, we're part Native American and things like that. I do my DNA and I'm less than 1% Native American. And that's what really said, okay, really, what is my home? Where do I come from? When I look at my DNA, I'm, 30% Nigerian. Oh, wow. So I know where that is, So where's all this food coming from? Why do I cook the way I do? Why do I eat the way that I do? And that to me gave me the really emphasis to start writing the book. And then I had to get all these experts that you talked about beforehand, to join me because it's such a vast thing of trying to figure it all out that you just can't do it all by yourself in writing a book.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Chef. It's great to talk with you.
Oh, my friend, it's always good to talk to you, and I hope to share a plate of rib tips with you.
Get ready to turn right.
Todd Richards is the author of Roots, Heart, and Soul, the story, celebration, and recipes of Afro cuisine in America. You'll find his recipe for Haitian oxtails and beef broth with pickles at splendontable.org. Well, that is our show for the week. We hope you enjoyed it. Thanks so much for listening. We'll talk to you next week. Our show is produced by APM, American Public Media, and it's made every week by technical producer Jennifer Lupke, producer Erica Romero,
straight on.
managing producer Sally Swift, and James Napoli is our digital producer. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Francis Lamb, and this is APM, American Public Media.
You know those metal signs you see on the side of an old highway or near a historic building? Those historical markers are all over the U.S. with neat little histories about the site's significance. But here's the thing. Some of those stories aren't based on facts. NPR investigated thousands of these markers and found some unsettling truths. The first part of our investigative series on All Things Considered from NPR News.
You can catch that just a little later this afternoon at 4 p.m. here on News 88.7. Jason Clark here with you on this Sunday afternoon. Temperatures currently in the mid-60s. Maybe some clouds or some sunshine in the area, depending where you're at in the city. We are expecting sunshine throughout the afternoon as it will remain partly sunny, and highs expected to top out at 70 degrees. Tonight, the skies will get partly cloudy with lows expected around 54, setting up for a decent start to the week. Your Monday morning or your Monday afternoon calls for sunny skies with highs at 73. This is your NPR station, KUHF Houston News 88.7, a service of the University of Houston. It is 1 o'clock.
I'm Christopher Kimball, and this is Milk Street Radio. Kyle MacLachlan is a Hollywood icon, and it all started in 1984 with Dune.
Keep right,
try
and then
your
continue
powers
straight
on me. Try looking into that place where you dare not look. You'll find me there staring back at you.
2 years later, MacLachlan starred in the darkly controversial film Blue Velvet.
No one will suspect us, because no one would think two people like us would be crazy enough to do something like this.
And then, of course, he stepped into the role of Agent Dale Cooper in Twin Peaks.
We know this is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee.
And his latest role, well, it's making wine. Today, we're meeting many sides of Kyle MacLachlan. That's coming up next on Milk Street Radio from PRX after the news.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Giles Snyder. The chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Texas Republican Michael McCall, is praising House Speaker Mike Johnson for getting that $95 billion foreign aid package through the House this weekend, saying Johnson put the nation before himself.
He became the man that went from a district in Louisiana to the Speaker of the United States to also someone who had to look at the entire world and had to carry the burden of that and make the right decision.
McCall speaking on ABC's This Week, but not everyone in the House Republican Conference is happy. Johnson is facing a threat to his leadership from a handful of hardliners for relying on Democrats to pass the legislation that includes new funding for Ukraine, Israel, and other U.S. allies. The Senate is now set to take up that long-delayed foreign aid funding. NPR's Hannah Palomarenko is in Kyiv, where Ukrainians say their country needs that aid package now.
President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the news coming out of Washington and thanked everyone who helped
advance the aid package for Ukraine.
And then turn
Ukrainians were eagerly awaiting the results of the House vote, including Anastasia Kmets, a housewife who came to the playground in Kyiv with her 9-year-old daughter Zlata, where she reflected on the U.S. lawmakers. They have been supporting us for 2 years. I believe they will not abandon us, will continue to support us and provide us with weapons, provide us with finances, and will be with us until the end, she says. Kmets added that the delay in the aid has already resulted in the loss of many lives and Ukrainian territories. Hanna Polomarenko, NPR News, Kyiv.
That House passed for an aid package includes a measure that would ban the popular social media app TikTok in the United States if ByteDance, its Chinese owners, don't sell its stake within a year. Washington is concerned that TikTok poses a national security risk, but TikTok says it has never shared user data with the Chinese government and today repeated its free speech concerns. Wall Street is gearing up for a busy week with major earnings and a slew of important economic data. NPR's Rafael Nam has a preview.
Investors will have a lot to digest this week. We'll get a snapshot of the state of the economy when we get the latest quarterly GDP data. The economy has been doing much better than expected, and that's likely to remain the case. Also coming up is the Federal Reserve's favorite inflation gauge. That comes at a time when there are new concerns about inflation, and investors are getting some key earnings reports, including from ExxonMobil. Big automakers are also reporting results, including Tesla and GM, and we'll get tech earnings from Alphabet and Meta. Rafael Nam, NPR News.
And you're listening to NPR News.
You're listening to News 88.7. I'm Camille Nelson, your member relations specialist. This is the only weekend of our spring fundraising campaign. If you've already given during our fundraiser, thank you so much. If not, now is the time to do so. A special group of our Studio Society members are matching all gifts made this weekend only. Take 3 minutes to make double the difference and fund your favorite programming. Call or text 888-909-0887 or give online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. And when you select your gift, we have tickets for The Moth available where you can hear Houstonians tell their stories on a monthly open mic. With me today is Member Relations Specialist Christoph Ratliff.
Hello there. This match only works when you take action. You want nuanced, rational, and intelligent programming, and occasionally really, really funny. This is a place where we all value the opportunity to learn something. Share with your community by donating now. Call or text 888-909-0887 or go online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
Thank you again to our members for your generosity and for matching every gift coming in this weekend, dollar for dollar. They're doubling your impact and making twice the difference. You give $100, they match it with $100. And the best part is, it works with donations in any amount. Consider $100 or $10 a month. It takes a few minutes to have your gift matched. Call or text 888-909-0887 or donate online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
888-909-0887 or go online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
Thank you.
This is Mill Street Radio from PRX. I'm your host, Christopher Kimball. Actor Kyle MacLachlan is a cult favorite TV and movie star, but outside of Hollywood, he owns a wine label called Pursued by Bear. The name is a nod to his favorite Shakespearean stage direction.
When they come upon that, they're like scratching their head saying, how am I going to make a bear work on stage and chase an actor off? Do we need a real bear? Do we dress someone up in a bear suit? Do we make it more of a symbolic bear? What are we going to do?
Today, Kyle MacLachlan joins us to talk about eccentric films and serious wine. But first, it's my conversation with leading expert on Latin American cuisine, Sandra Gutierrez. For her latest book, Latinisimo, she covers dishes and ingredients from all 21 countries in Latin America. Sandra, welcome to Milk Street.
Thank you so much for having me, Chris. What a thrill it is to talk to you.
Well, it's lovely to have you on the show. And let me start with a question, which is this. cultures and countries.
Yes.
So how do you're talking about 21 different countries of Latin America. Is there something about their history or their food that binds them together in some way?
That's an excellent question, Chris. I see Latin American foodways in general as a large quilt that's threaded together by similar ingredients. And that is why I divide the book based on ingredients. I didn't want to do it based on country, but by doing it by ingredients, it showcases both the differences and the similarities in each cuisine.
So let's do a little history lesson here. So first, there were the indigenous peoples in the Americas, the Maya, the Inca, the Aztecs. Then came the Spanish and the Portuguese.
Yes.
And you say that a lot of that was due to the market for sugar, which was extremely lucrative.
Correct.
And then in the 19th and 20th centuries, you talk about immigration from the Philippines, China, Japan, from Mexico, Central America, and Peru. And all of these cultures changed cooking. It changed the cooking in Spain and Portugal, but it changed the cooking in Peru, Mexico, and all over Latin America, right?
It changed the cooking around the world. It's really the beginning of globalization. So the Spaniards and the Portuguese arrived to the Americas and, of course, conquered the indigenous people of this part of the world. And when they first come and set their feet on America, they stepped down to this land with flora and fauna that they did not even recognize. So they depended on the indigenous people to show them what they could eat without dying. But then, of course, the Spaniards and the Portuguese find that in order to meet their quotas of silver, gold, all the treasures they had included, plus sugar, they needed more people. And that's when enslaved African people are brought by force to the Americas. And they also bring with them a lot of their culinary and foodway traditions. So first comes the Europeans, with rice and citrus and pork and beef and goats and sheep and cilantro and onions and garlic, and find in the New World that we have tomatoes and potatoes and chocolate. And then come the Africans with their ingredients, and so it's the very first fusion. Then when you come into the 19th and 20th century, that's when you get the big load of immigrants from all the world descending into the Americas. So the Chinese, were arriving to Peru and to Mexico and to parts of Panama and to Cuba, and the Lebanese were arriving to Brazil, and they were arriving to the Dominican Republic, and later in the 20th century, the Jews start arriving in big groups to Argentina and Bolivia and Paraguay and Mexico and so on and so forth, and you get this incredible explosion of flavors, traditions, cultures that all come together in what I call a tsunami, really, of flavors and cultural foodways that have never stopped mixing.
So let's just talk about techniques and recipes. So we can start with pasta.
Right.
You have a lot of Italian immigrants coming in the late 19th, early 20th centuries. But how pasta is cooked and what you put on it is actually quite different. So like fideo, where you actually stir fry or cook pasta first, that is one thing, right, that's particular to this style of cooking.
Yes, and it comes from the Moors that actually, it's a Persian method. It's the same pilaf method that we use when we saute rice or any grain before we add a liquid, but we do it with pasta. So the Spanish are the ones who bring the way of making fideos in a pilaf style first. But then you also have the Chinese and the Asian influence in the cuisines, mostly of Peru, where they pre-cook the noodles and then they add them to a sauce, or also cook them in the same way that the Mexicans cook them, by first sauteing it in an oil, usually with annatto, and then they add a liquid and slowly cook it. It's almost like cooking a risotto. We call those sopas secas, or dried soups, and they really are the original one-pot pasta.
Let's just talk about pesto. So pesto can be 1,000 different things, right?
Correct. I would say that the most basic pesto we have in Latin America is chimichurri. It's the same idea. It's an herb sauce, right, with a lot of parsley instead of basil. But yeah, pesto is a mixture of spices, and what we typically think of pesto as green, But in Latin America, you will also find pestos made with peppers. But the key point of a pesto in Latin America is for you to have a creamy sauce that has a lot of herbal notes, a little bit of cheese, and some kind of nut. So, for instance, the avocado pesto de pasta con palta from Chile has walnuts mixed with the avocado. And that gives it just this creaminess and nuttiness that we all think of as being part of.
So let's talk about the Japanese influence. You mentioned in Peru.
Yes.
From the late 19th century, early 20th century, there were 30,000 Japanese nationals who had settled in Peru. So now you start getting soy sauce and ginger and other things. What kind of influence did that have long-term on the cooking there?
It's had huge influence. For instance, even in the language, soy sauce, they call it siyao, which is the same way that they call it in Japanese. The Japanese, they have grown in numbers so much that you will find a new cuisine that was born from the fusion called Nikkei. So Nikkei cuisine combines the Peruvian, Incan, Spanish, and Middle Eastern flavors with Japanese flavors. So you'll have, for instance, a lomo saltado, which is a stir fry, which is their national dish. And it is beef tenderloin that is sauteed, or stir fried with onions and peppers.
Make a U-turn.
And you have salsas
possible.
and oyster sauce and vinegar. And then the surprise ingredient of tomatoes, which is, of course, typical of Peru. Tomatoes were native of Peru. And then they finished it with French fries, because potatoes go with everything in Peru. And they serve that on top of rice. So you have the Asian rice and you have the potatoes from Peru. So it's fascinating, I think, to see how cultures have melded together, have adopted and adapted things from each other's cuisine to build new dishes that are authentic to the place where they were born.
Dulce de leche, so it's the whole thing. You put the can in water and you cook it for a couple hours. So I always wonder, has anyone ever exploded a can doing that, or is that perfect?
Oh, no. They have exploded it. I think we all have at some point or the other, which is why the recipes are triple and quadruply tested, so that people have to follow the exact recipe. But you can also find it in jars everywhere now.
Keep right.
And then in Mexico, of course, you have the equivalent of dulce de leche, which is cajeta, but which is made with goat's milk instead of cow's milk. The consistency is very, very similar, but the flavor has a little tanginess to it, which, of course, goat milk will give.
Well, I think one thing people overlook, and you did not overlook this, one reason I like your book, is you chose recipes and presented them in a way that I think would be useful for an American audience. I mean, if you go back to Julia Child, she wasn't French.
Correct.
But she was really good at translating, right? She was good at saying to an American audience, okay, if you want to roast a chicken, let's start with the basics and go from there. And I think this book gives you a lot of recipes that people feel comfortable with, that are interesting, but the translation is well done.
I really appreciate you saying that, because that is one of the things that I really wanted to do with this book. And you mentioned Julia Child, and of course her book opened French cuisine to the home cook. And that's what I wanted to do with this. I wasn't thinking of finding the esoteric, very weird recipes. I wanted to teach our contemporary cooks here what their contemporary cooks there cook.
Sandra, it's been really been fun. It's been a pleasure, and thank you so much for being on Maelstrom.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure talking to you too, Chris.
That was Sandra Gutierrez. Her latest book is Latinissimo, Home Recipes from the 21 Countries of Latin America. Now it's time to answer your cooking questions with my co-host, Sarah Moulton. Sarah is, of course, the star of Sarah's Weeknight Meals on public television. Her latest book is Home Cooking 101.
Chris, before we get started here, we're heading into spring. What are you looking forward to the most to cook?
I'm a terrible planner, so even if I'm having people over, I'll start getting serious about it 2 days ahead of time, maybe, or the day ahead of time. I'm still not sure what I'm making. So the idea that we're up with a new season, I can't comprehend. I only live in the moment. There's no future. There's no past. It's just like that's today.
That's how you built an empire like Milk Street?
Well, no, it's just that I'm reacting against the order and the culture of being very precise in the office. At home, I like to freewheel it a little bit. So I don't really think of it that way. And the other problem problem is that supermarkets, you can't tell what season of the year it is when you walk in a supermarket. So obviously there's asparagus and this and the other thing. I mean, soft shell crabs would be that's the one thing that is highly seasonal, right. And that is my favorite food in the world.
If you asked me what was mine, it would absolutely be soft shell crabs. How do you cook them?
Fry them. All you have to do is flour them and fry them.
Meuniere.
Keep it very
You mean
simple.
saute, you don't mean deep fry.
No, I would actually fry them.
Deep fry them?
Yeah. Ooh. Well, just get an inch and a half of grapeseed oil.
Those little guys have a lot of liquid in them, though, so you'll be wearing it. You have to sort of stand back.
Well, wearing my food is perfectly acceptable to me.
Anyway, soft shell crabs. We
crabs.
agree. That's it.
But not shad roe. My mother was.
Oh my God!
She
talk
loves
about a
shad
stinky
roe.
house.
Yeah.
The whole house stunk.
I don't.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that.
No, that was gross.
Okay. Take your call.
Welcome to Milk Street. Who's calling?
This is Gail Black.
Hi, Gail. Where are you calling from?
Memphis, Tennessee.
And how can we help you today?
I have had a question for a long time that I have not been able to find an answer to. I want to know if sharpening seals or holding seals wear out, do they over time get less effective, and what sharpening seals are the best to use?
Well, let me say, first of all, I hope you know that a sharpening steel does not really sharpen your knife.
It
hones it, meaning it realigns the metal edge. So if you have a dull knife, you're going to need to also sharpen it using a whetstone. It's good you know that. No, everybody should know that. They shouldn't wear out. They're very hard. Well, it depends. The ceramic ones are a different matter because, like ceramic knives, they are more brittle and can break. The metal ones do not. Anyway, Chris, you want to weigh in?
Well, the sharpening stone that Sarah mentioned, yes, if you're very skilled and you want to take time, I use one occasionally. But for most people, this is what you'll learn in cooking school at the CIA, so I would forget about that.
I get mine professionally sharpened.
There you go. You can do that, or you can buy a sharpening electric or manual.
There is actually a good electric sharpener.
Or you can buy manual ones for $20 or $30. The thing you want to think about, though, is the knife blade edge can go dull in 2 minutes. So people always think they should hone up their knife every couple of months. If you watch a chef, they're honing their knife constantly.
Or if you see somebody in a butcher shop,
every 5 minutes they're doing it. So honing is really important because if your knife is sharp, first of all, it's 10 times safer. You're not going to cut yourself because it'll catch into the food, not you. It won't glance off.
Right.
And secondly, it makes prep twice as fast. I mean, if you want to chop an onion with a dull knife, you better have the 911 ready on your phone. And two, it's just gonna be an impossible task. So you're absolutely right. Hone the knife, sharpen it when necessary, and keep it sharp because 99% of people at home have dull knives. And the last statistic I love is over 80%, according to a company I know that makes knives. The survey they did is people never, ever, ever have sharpened one of their kitchen knives. Ever.
Well, and I've cooked in other people's kitchens, and I can say they never sharpen their knives. And I've just recently bought a new knife, and I mean, it was cutting through the onion and the tomato like no pressure at all. But the next time I used it, I was going, that kind of went dull quick.
Look, 90% of cooking is prep. If it's going to take you 20 minutes to do 3 cloves of garlic,
forget about it.
Yeah, it's time to call takeout.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. Good for you.
Yeah, steel's an important tool. Yes. Thank you for bringing everybody's attention to it.
Yeah, I have one that's for Chicago cutlery, and I use it fairly regularly. I've had it for decades, and I've always wondered, should I get a new one, or is it?
No.
It seems to still
It's
be
fine.
working.
It should be fine.
Yeah.
Good. Yay.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
very good question,
Yeah.
Gail. Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Milk Street. Who's calling?
This is Stuart Grove. How are you?
Good. How are you? How can I help you?
I'm good. Hey, my question was about cooking steaks on an electric stove. Proper method and best way to do.
It doesn't really matter whether it's gas or electric, but I'll give you the best method for cooking a steak. I would take it out of the refrigerator like an hour or two before you want to cook it. Use some coarse salt on both sides. Let it sit on a cooling rack on a half baking pan or whatever. Heat the oven to 225 or so, 250. Put the steak on the rack, on the baking sheet, into the oven, and heat it for roughly 20 minutes or so until it comes up to about 95 degrees, 95 to 100. take it out and then finish it in a skillet or on a grill. So whether it's electric or gas or induction, doesn't really matter. Heat up your skillet, maybe a little bit of oil in it, depends on the steak. Cast iron would be the best. And sear it hot and fast on both sides, a minute or two each side. The steak will come up to the right temperature interior. And what's happened is that time in the oven turbo ages the steak. I've actually tested this. You can taste the difference. The flavor is just phenomenal. And the second thing is you don't end up with the outside of the steak overcooked when the inside's properly cooked, which is what happens if you cook it entirely on the grill or in a skillet. So it gives you even cooking, gives you improved flavor.
Would this still apply, as far as venison steaks and kind of wild game and stuff like that? What would be a different cooking method for any of that?
Yeah, venison, the only thing you can cook fast is the backstrap, the muscles that go down the back. That you can cook fast, like a tenderloin, which it is. The rest of it, no. You're going to want to cook that low and slow. Friends of mine in Vermont eat mostly venison, and it's always going to be a little tough. But the tenderloin, the backstrap, you're going to cook it over a very high heat and keep it pretty rare in the center, and that's really delicious.
Right on. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Sure. Thanks,
Thank you, Stuart.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
This is Mo Street Radio. If you have a question, give us a call anytime. 855-426-9843. That's 855-426-9843. Or email us at questions@milkstreetradio.com. Welcome to Milk Street. Who's calling?
Hi, this is Ed Sabag from Beverly, Massachusetts.
How can we help you?
Well, I've been trying to make pita bread for
Keep
a while,
right,
and
then exit
I'm following
right.
the recipe as closely as I can. And the problem is, as you could probably imagine, I just can't seem to
Exit
get it
right.
to rise, to separate. Comes out very nice, delicious, but it's really just a flatbread at that point. So I'm wondering if there's something
Turn right.
I'm doing wrong, or some things I can do to sort of tweak the recipe and get it to rise nice and, fluffy.
Well, I did this for the first time about 18 months ago, and I got about 80% of them to puff up pretty well. And I'm no expert.
Good average.
Yeah, I was quite proud of myself. Walked around for days, feeling very proud. A few things. It's the water in the dough that's going to turn to steam. So just make sure that it's hydrated enough. The problem with that is it's just by feel. But sometimes if you're using old flour, for example, it might require more water to it. So that could be one reason. The second is they have to be really thin. And that's the hard part of the recipe, right, is getting them to be like an 1/8 of an inch thick. If they're thicker, the outside's not going to set fast enough and they won't puff properly. The last thing is, does the recipe call for resting before you put them in the oven?
It does,
Yeah, but that would also be important. So other things sometimes people say with these, we do those small balls before you roll them out, is they have to be shaped and really taut on the top. It could be the shaping, maybe you didn't do a great job of shaping. So when you cup those balls with your two hands and you turn them and cup them, you want a really taut top. And that should also help as well. But those would be did any of them turn out well, or just not enough of them?
I would say about half of them puff up about halfway. And the rest not at all.
And your oven was super hot?
Go straight on.
500 degrees. I suppose I could try hotter. I do use a pizza stone as well.
That's an interesting point. I have mixed feelings about using a pizza stone. If you're actually baking on a stone, are you baking on a stone?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that should work. I mean, that's just like a pizza. I've had bad luck with a pizza stone just as a heat sink when I'm not baking on the stone, because I find it interferes with the flow of air in the oven. But if you're going to bake right on the stone, is it a regular pizza stone or is it a metal one?
It's a stone one.
Yeah, the only thing we have found is the metal baking stones seem to do a better job of conducting heat than the regular ones. So that's something to think about. Sarah, you have some?
Yeah, no, I think I basically agree with everything you've said, but I had a question for Ed. The recipe you're following, I assume that it's giving you weights, not measurements?
Right.
So grams of flour, not cups of flour?
No, it is cups. Yeah, it is cups.
Aha!
Yeah.
Good question.
I think that might be the problem, because everybody measures flour differently, when you use a measuring cup. I would try to find a recipe from a reputable place that uses grams or ounces, because that would be far more accurate. And the amount of water, Chris brought up the point about it's supposed to be a slightly sticky dough, and that's very important to create the steam that creates the puff. I would chuck the recipe and find a recipe that uses ounces or grams.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll try that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
And good luck. It is fun when you get a bunch of them.
Yeah, and let us know, if you have
Certainly.
success. We want you to have success.
I appreciate that so much.
Okay.
Thanks so much for your help.
Yeah, take care. Bye.
Bye.
This is Mill Street Radio. Coming up, making movies and making wine with Kyle MacLachlan. That's up after the break. Hey, this is Chris Kimball, and I need your help. We're working on a story about the battles we all have in our home kitchens. Maybe you're tired of your partner telling you how to cook, or maybe they always leave a mess, or maybe you're frustrated by your loved one's highly restrictive diet. We want to hear about your kitchen dramas, from the biggest food fights to your everyday grievances. You can leave us a voicemail at 617-249-3167, 617-249-3167, or send a voice memo to radiotips@177milkstreet.com. One more time, call us at 617-249-3167, or email us a voice memo at radiotips@177milkstreet.com. Please include your name and where you're calling from, and thank you.
I'm Eddie Robinson, and on this week's ICU, acclaimed journalist and author Marie Arana. Her latest book, Latino Land, explores America's largest and fastest growing minority.
In the United States Navy, his name was David Farragut. He was the guy who said, "Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead." He was a Hispanic. He was a Latino.
We dive deep into the little-known history of Latinos in America on the next ICU.
Catch that this evening at 6 p.m. News 88.7.
Tired of the racket and the rancor? Our imperfect union has a ways to go, but we won't know where we're going if we don't know where we're coming from. That's why we're here. Just because things are complicated, that doesn't mean we have to be confused. Join me, Jen White, for a daily conversation for a changing country. Next time on 1A.
1A, weekdays at 11 a.m. on News 88.7.
This is Mill Street Radio. I'm your host, Christopher Kimball. Kyle MacLachlan played Agent Dale Cooper on the 90s cult classic TV show Twin Peaks. Dale is an odd guy, but he's also wise.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Every day, once a day, give yourself a present. Don't plan it. Don't wait for it. Just let it happen. Could be a new shirt at the men's store, a cat nap in your office chair, or 2 cups of good, hot, black coffee. Like this.
From Twin Peaks to Blue Velvet to Sex and the City, Kyle MacLachlan is the verified Hollywood icon. But he has other interests, including making wine. Kyle, welcome to Milk Street.
Wow, I'm so happy to be here, Chris. Thank you for having me.
So, help me understand what it's like to be an actor. One day you're doing theater in Seattle, the next day you're working with David Lynch, and strangers are stopping you on the street for an autograph. So what is it like to manage the highs and lows? I mean, it must be really hard.
I guess I'm just used to it now. I trained to be in the theater, and then movies kind of sideswipe me, thank God. You kind of, it's a little bit hand to mouth. Of course, when you're 20 or 19 or however old it was, you're not thinking in those terms. You're doing exactly what you want to do, that you love to do, and you'll do it regardless.
So you've worked with Anthony Hopkins, Patrick Stewart, Dennis Hopper, of course, Blue Velvet, Isabella Rossellini, who we all fell in love with at the time, probably.
Yes, we did.
Does it make, as an actor, the other actresses you're working with, does that make it just a huge difference in your love of what you do or how well you do in a movie or play?
Well, you do become a family. And if you're on location, as we were for Blue Velvet, we became a real tight-knit family. It was David Lynch, of course, and Isabella, Laura Dern, myself, Dennis Hopper, Dean Stockwell, Brad Dourif. And we all kind of hung out together during filming. And it was really a lovely, lovely time. I know the subject matter and certainly some of the scenes were really challenging and difficult, but we were all kind of in it together.
Keep left.
Over the years, there's been a
left.
ton of back and forth about the symbolism of food in Twin Peaks, especially regarding your character.
Turn left.
He's always the guy who's eating pies and donuts. And some critics have said that was there to project honesty and kindness. Was that something you thought about while you were crafting that character?
Oh, I definitely think the food was an important part, a very important part of the character I played, Dale Cooper. His love for coffee, cherry pie, as you mentioned, donuts.
Go
I think
straight
it really
on.
it humanizes him in a way, and it also
Keep
speaks
right.
to kind of a veneration for these things, that they are very important to him in a way that both affects his senses and what he feels is right and just and good.
Trudy, 2 more coffees, please. Harry, Lucy, it is an absolutely beautiful morning. Short stack of griddle cakes, melted butter, maple syrup, lightly heated, slice of ham. Nothing beats the taste sensation when maple syrup collides with ham.
Griddle cake, slice of ham.
Who killed Laura Palmer? Harry, let me tell you about the dream I had last night.
You know, a damn good cup of coffee, in his vernacular, is an important thing, and an important thing to enjoy and embrace. And it really, one of the other things it says to me is that he is a person who's very much in the moment. So when he's experiencing something like a donut or a cherry pie or coffee, he is experiencing it completely and fully in that moment.
So, your early life, you picked apples, you canned peaches, you went fishing a lot, your father was a good cook. So tell me a little bit about that.
Well, I grew up in Yakima, Washington, eastern Washington. It's really a farming area, primarily fruit ranching. So we were surrounded by fruit trees. In fact, growing up in my backyard, we had 2 Bartlett pear trees, a wine sap tree, which is an old varietal, and a pippin tree as well. And these were left over from the orchard that had been there before they had built the development where I grew up. And my dad won many ribbons at the Central Washington State Fair for his dahlias. He would have the giant dinner plate style dahlias. But yeah, he tended these trees, and we would, in the fall, we would harvest everything from the yard. And I remember my mom and my grandmother would journey down to some of the community canning facilities, and we would all prepare our peaches and our cherries and our pears, and we would can them in those kind of giant silver cans that you'd fill with a cup of sugar. That's what you needed, and you'd stack it full of pears or peaches, and then they would run it through for you. And that was yeah, I remember doing that when I was a kid.
So let's talk about your wine label, Pursued by Bear. Now, I've heard that expression before, exit pursued by a bear, but I never realized it's actually a stage direction from Shakespeare,
and then turn left.
The Winter's Tale. So how did you ever decide to use that? It's a bit enigmatic, don't you think?
Turn left.
It's very, very enigmatic. So, you know, it is a stage direction.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
When I think of the director reading the play for the first time and they come upon that stage direction, they're like scratching their head saying, how am I going to make a bear work on stage and chase an actor off? Do we need a real bear? Do we dress someone up in a bear suit? Do we make it more of a symbolic bear? What are we going to do? And I thought, well, that sort of is the same kind of reaction I think people had to me starting this wine brand. They said, what on earth are you doing? And this was, you know, I started in 2005. Even before that, that was my first vintage, was 2005. So when I was trying to find a name, I wanted something that was, you know, sort of a sideways nod to my day job as an actor. And when I was in school, I did a lot of Shakespeare. In fact, the first job I had out of school was at the Shakespeare Festival in Ashland. So I really like Shakespeare. I really enjoy it. But I loved the name, and I said, if nothing else is going to give me a great visual
Go straight on.
for the label, which it did. So we were off and running.
Well, Pursued by Bear, which I have in my hand, is actually Excellent. But you said, quote, California is not what I aspire to. Bordeaux is where I find my inspiration.
Finding
You
a
want to
new
just
route.
explain what that means?
Well, I think more in terms of
ready
just
to
what
turn
we're
left.
trying to make. Washington is closer on latitude to Bordeaux. And while the climate is different,
Turn
we're much
left.
warmer in Washington State. You know, Washington is two states, really. It's the Evergreen side, the Seattle side, where it rains. And then there's the eastern side, which is in a rain shadow. So, yeah, high desert, 5 to 9 inches of rain a year can really control your moisture. So what's coming off the vine there is a balanced, you know, fruit-forward, but also food-friendly wine. And I sometimes feel in California, it's, you know, it can get a little high in alcohol, it can get a little bit jammy, and it can become almost a meal in itself. And the wines in Washington are really, and certainly the ones I make, are made to be enjoyed with food. And so that's where my thought comes in terms of inspiration from Bordeaux, that they're built to, you know, accompany a meal.
But you don't actually have a vineyard per se. So how does that work? So you have your grapes processed, or just explain how the business works so I understand.
I don't own vineyards yet. That's a long-term goal. But I source all around the Columbia Valley with growers who I've had relationships, some from the very beginning, you know, 15-year relationships. So I have my rows already designated to me. Cab comes from a certain place, Merlot from another. And so the consistency, which is the important thing, is there, because I'm not sort of willy-nilly jumping all over the place. I'm pretty hands-on.
Get ready, turn right.
I'm part of the barrel trials, weekly blending
Turn
trials.
right.
I haven't stomped on any grapes yet, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. No, we actually don't stomp on the grapes. There's too many grapes to stomp. But it's been a wonderful journey, and one that I get to do kind of in the backyard where I grew up, all eastern Washington.
So let's go back to acting for just a minute. So people often say that British actors are trained to act with their expressions, with their face.
Get ready to turn left.
And when I watch old movies, it seems like the right expression can convey so much more than a line of dialogue. So can you comment on that?
Well, it's the beauty of the camera, really, that as an actor, the camera picks up every little nuance, every little change in your face. And I think good actors understand that, and they trust that the camera is capturing what they're thinking. You know, there's really a skill in the simplicity of it. They make something very complicated look simple. You know, it is very complicated. The preparation is very complicated, but the actual result seems like, oh, that just looks like they're just doing nothing, which is a great compliment to pay to an actor.
So if you're preparing for a stage role, acting on stage is just a totally different skill set than movies, or they're actually shades of the same thing?
It's kind of similar, actually. It's just the audience is the camera. But it's the same process. It's the same creation of reality. Stage is kind of wonderful because, you know, at 8 o'clock, curtain goes up and you launch, and you're now airborne for an hour and a half of sustaining a performance, you know. And film, of course, is broken up into much smaller pieces for the most part. But that's the beauty of stage, is that it's you're flying, you know, and the actor is ultimately in control.
Go straight on.
Of what's happening. And that is a thrilling, frightening, amazing experience. That is, equal parts terrifying and also just absolutely satisfying.
Terrifying and satisfying. That's a great way to describe both being an actor and making your own wine. Kyle, yes. I wish you luck on the stage and, of course, in the vineyards. And thanks so much for coming on the show. It's been a real pleasure.
Chris, I've so enjoyed it. Thank you.
That was actor Kyle MacLachlan. He hosts the investigative podcast Varnamtown. He's also the owner of the wine label Pursued by Bear. You know, actors are paid to create fictional realities. In Dune, Kyle MacLachlan wrote a spice worm. But in the studio, he was actually atop a green screen, 12-foot section of fake worm, operated by worm wranglers using cables to imitate motion. Actors do have an advantage. They know the difference between what's real and what's not, and that is their stock and trade. The rest of us end up believing our own personal fiction, the story we tell ourselves to make sense of our ordinary lives. But as my mother used to quip, what's so good about reality anyway? This is Mill Street Radio. After the break, Adam Gopnik transports us to the restaurants of the past. That's coming right up.
A new PBS special traces the origin of the Superfund program and the women who fought to clean up the site that led to it. We learn how they inspired a Houston activist who's pursuing Superfund cleanups here on the next Houston Matters.
Maybe you start your day with the news on Morning Edition and catch up later with All Things Considered. Well, news doesn't wait. Stories evolve during the day, in courtrooms, financial markets, on the streets, and at kitchen tables, locally, nationally, around the world. Hi, it's Robin Young. Each weekday, check in with Here and Now for the news as it's happening. That's Here and Now from WBUR and NPR News.
Here and Now, weekdays beginning at noon on News 88.7.
Turn right.
Support comes from Comcast Business. From Main Street to Wall Street, Comcast Business provides business solutions ranging from cybersecurity solutions to round-the-clock partnership, powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
I'm Christopher Kimball. You're listening to Mill Street Radio. Now let's head into the kitchen with J.M. Hirsch to talk about this week's recipe, kimchi fried rice. J.M., how are you?
I'm doing great.
You know, we're talking about fried rice. You were recently in South Korea, and I do remember interviewing a couple that do Chinese cooking demystified. Great YouTube
Go straight
show.
on.
And they were quite adamant that there's a right way to do fried rice. And of course, one of the stalwart, rules is you use leftover rice that's been chilled because of the starches, etc. But you were in South Korea and found that rule, I guess, is made to be broken, right?
Pretty much. Well, as usual, every time we think we understand something, we go someplace new and we realize how little we understand. And that was certainly the case with fried rice. As you say, conventional wisdom is that the best rice for fried rice is cooked and chilled because the starches change and then they divide better and they don't stick together and clump in the pan. But when I went to Korea, I realized, much to my surprise, that they actually preferred to use freshly cooked rice. It is a different consistency than what we think of as a conventional fried rice, but it was no less delicious. And that's thanks to two other things that kind of surprised me. The first of those is the ratio that they use. Now, the important thing to remember here is that in Korea, as elsewhere, there are a million ways to make fried rice. And the most simple version of it that I had, actually a grandmother prepared it for me because they, of course, do the best cooking, was nothing but equal parts freshly cooked rice and kimchi. And you think, well, wow, how is that even a dish? It seems so simple. But kimchi, of course, is umami, fermented cabbage with chili and spice, and so much savoriness going on. It is a powerhouse ingredient. And so actually, those versions were delicious, as simple as they were. And then, as I ate my way through Seoul, I realized that actually there are plenty of other ways to make kimchi fried rice that build on that simple base of kimchi and rice. And many of the versions I had included a sauce called kadaigi, which, most fried rices have some sort of sauce, maybe nothing more than soy sauce, but sometimes some garlic or ginger. Well, the kadaigis that I encountered had those things, the soy sauce, the ginger. They also had, of course, gochujang and scallions and garlic. But the interesting ingredient was they use Asian pear as well. So all of this is blended until smooth and then added toward the very end of cooking in the pan. And the Asian pear made such a difference. It adds kind of a sweet fruitiness that balances all the spice and the heat that you would expect in a dish like this. And it results in a much more rounded experience of fried rice. It was really quite delicious.
So we start with kimchi and fresh rice. Now we add a sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Do they very often do what the Chinese might do,
right,
or in Thailand,
and then turn
add
right.
a bunch of other stuff too?
much a what have you sort of dish, which is traditional in all of the fried rices we've had, regardless of where we have it. And some versions I ate in Seoul were onerous affairs with dozens of ingredients, and some, like I said, were nothing but kimchi and rice. We settled on a version based on all of those cooks, kind of right down the middle, where we combined our kimchi with some onions, some corn kernels, which was a surprising experience, but quite delicious, as well as some ground pork. And we found that that was enough to give the dish some substance. And then we did a simplified version of the sauce, using a conventional pear rather than Asian pear, and a few key ingredients like the ginger and the garlic and the gochujang, and it came out really delicious. And most of the ingredients, especially for the sauce, just end up in the blender anyway, so it's a really rather simple dish that gets on the table in about half an hour.
So kimchi fried rice with pork and fresh rice. Thank you, JM.
Thank you. You can get the recipe for kimchi fried rice at milkstreetradio.com.
This is Mill Street Radio. Now it's time to hear what Adam Gopnik is thinking about this week. Adam, how are you?
I am very well, Christopher. How are you?
I'm good.
You know what I think, Chris, is the single most disconcerting thing that happens to us as we mature and ripen, is that a period of time that we just lived through suddenly becomes a period of time in the world's historical imagination. When people now talk, my children do, for instance, of something I'm wearing as being in 90s style, I have no idea what they're talking about. And then they point out to me that I'm dressed like a 90s stand-up comic in a jacket, jeans, and sneakers, and I'm suddenly aware of myself as a period piece. This is a terrifying thing when it happens to us. And of course, the same thing is true, and you knew that I was going here, about restaurant styles, right, and cooking styles. We don't think of ourselves as belonging to a style, and then suddenly we look back and we realize that we belong to a particular time. I recognize that the kind of food that my parents loved and the restaurants they cherished were French restaurants of a very particular period that did a kind of cooking that seems to us now quaint and dated, but at the time, all of that kind of red banquette and cassoulet cooking seemed terribly vital. Well, I came of age, in the culinary sense, in the 1980s. And one of my heroes was a wonderful chef named David Waltuck, who was the chef of a wonderful restaurant he ran with his wife Karen called Chanterelle here in New York.
Oh, yeah.
And as you know, Christopher, their experience of that restaurant and the struggle to keep it alive inspired me to write a musical called Our Table, very much out of their experience and that of my dear friend Peter Hoffman as well. So David has always been a kind of hero of mine. But until just a couple of weeks ago, I had never actually had the privilege of cooking with him. But we invited them over for dinner, and David, with enormous generosity, said, let's cook together. Then I went about making my own ossobuco, and then David volunteered to do a kind of seafood salad along with it. Now, here's what was so impressive to me. Of course, it was wonderful to see the dexterity with which he worked his knife and the confidence with which he poached the mussels and then quickly the shrimp and so on. But you know, the single thing that impressed me most out of actually cooking side by side with this wonderful friend who's also a hero chef of mine?
Oh,
that's a question.
You want my opinion? No, I don't have an answer to that question.
Two things. How vigorously and enthusiastically he seasoned everything we were doing with salt and pepper, much more vigorously than I would have done. And more important than that still, how quickly and efficiently he cleaned his station. Now, that came as a shock to me in a way, and yet it was so impressive to see somebody who was at the very height of the technical side of his profession, whose immediate reflex was to clean up, reorganize, make sure that every surface was shining and ready for the next step.
Well, I think when we all start out, it's total chaos in the kitchen. For me, it was a good 20 years. But I think as the more you do it, I absolutely agree. I was just cooking yesterday. You know, I looked at a recipe, and you immediately break it down into 3 or 4 parts. And it's and you're doing it in a muscle memory way. But you're able to focus on what's important. And so what appears to a beginner as being a confusing set of directions and ingredients distills itself into something where you can have tremendous focus. And I think part of that is cleaning up and being organized. You can't focus in chaos, right?
Exactly. Well, you know, when I was making the ossobuco, I was aware of it. Those of us who cook a lot know the steps in a braise, right? And you look at the recipe and you realize, okay, it's chop the aromatics, brown the meat, add the liquid, get it in the oven, right? Each variation of that is varied, but the basic language and grammar of it, we know. And as soon as we see it on the page, we know we've done this before. What's striking about it for me, particularly, Christopher, is that I am, as my good wife would tell you, the most disorganized person when it comes to keeping a neat, clean kitchen. At least I was until that day. But when I'm doing the work that I actually do best and that I understand, and that is writing, I realize I'm similar in as much as when I am sitting down to write, I am there for 4 hours. And my kids are genuinely always impressed that I don't get up and sharpen pencils or get up and have a snack. I'm there. I'm like a Zen monk. I'm just sitting and the work is passing into my fingers. And it's exactly the same kind of, if you might call it, secondary discipline that our real work in life makes us master. And that is that it isn't about creativity. It isn't about inventing sentences. Sentences in some way will invent themselves. It's about making the commitment to the 4 hours that you sit there. And I realized at the end of my evening cooking with David, this remarkable chef, that he had long ago made a very similar commitment. It's a commitment to the practice of the kitchen, the practice of the cook. There's a beautiful Zen thing where when someone asks one of the great Zen masters, what's the secret of enlightenment? And he says, chop wood, pour water. And anytime you run into somebody who's terrific at that, it's always the same commitment to the foundations of the practice. It's chopping wood, pouring water, working your knife, cleaning your station, sitting by your keyboard. It was an inspiring thing to see. And what made it particularly moving for me was that David Waltuck had written a beautiful thing once about how he had decided to become a chef because as a young boy growing up, the one place that most pleased and excited him, where his parents and family seemed happiest, was at exactly one of those old-fashioned 60s-style French restaurants in the West 40s of New York, now long gone. And that restaurant round the corner had given him the inspiration to become a chef in the same way that the writing in the New Yorker of the 60s had given me a similar kind of inspiration. We had both in some ways achieved something, accomplished something in our lives, but it both rested on taking a vision of what we wanted to be and turning it into a practice of what we are.
Well, like someone other than me once said, the present lives in between the past and the future. The past did exist, no longer exists. The future never comes. So you're you're in this nanosecond of present. And if you're in the present,
and
like
then
your
exit
example
right.
of your chef or you as a writer, everything else goes away and you're able to focus on a singular
Exit
concept. In other words, you're organized, but you're organized because you don't let all the other things intrude on that
Keep
focus.
right,
And that's,
then turn
that's
right.
of course, very Zen.
And very Zen, very psychological. It's when we're in the flow.
Turn
it's when
right.
exactly, that puts it beautifully. When we escape the pull of the past or the possibility of the future and we're just in the present moment. And that's the thrilling thing about watching anybody who's really good at something. They are entirely in the present moment and as a consequence make us aware of the present moment all the more urgently.
Adam, thank you. It's time to move
right,
into the future.
And then turn right.
But the past was excellent. Thank you so much.
Press on.
Turn right.
In the restaurant round the corner, it was always warm and bright. My parents almost glowed there. They seemed changed by candlelight. And waiters bowed
Turn
and
right.
busboys swirled. And nerves tight. Got
is where it
all
ends.
uncurled. That restaurant round the corner was the best place in the world.
That was Adam Gopnik, staff writer for The New Yorker. The song Restaurant Round the Corner is from the musical Our Table, which Adam co-wrote with David Shire.
and people lost their troubles there in butter and in bubbles there. That restaurant on the corner was the best place they could share.
That's it for today. You can find all of our episodes at milkstreetradio.com or wherever you get your podcasts. You can learn more about Milk Street at 177milkstreet.com. There you can become a member and get all of our recipes, access to all live stream cooking classes, and free standard shipping from the Milk Street store. You can also find us on Facebook at Christopher Kimball's Milk Street, on Instagram at 177 Milk Street. We'll be back next week with more food stories and kitchen questions. And thanks as always for listening.
And me there at that table on a corner of the
Drive safe.
Christopher Kimball's Milk Street Radio is produced by Milk Street in association with GBH. Co-founder Melissa Baldino. Executive producer Annie Sinspa. Senior editor Melissa Allison. Senior producer Sarah Clapp. Associate producer Caroline Davis with production help from Debbie Paddock. Additional editing by Sydney Lewis. Audio mixing by Jay Allison at Atlantic Public Media in Woods Hole, Massachusetts. Theme music by Chubop Crew. Additional music by George Brindle Egloff. Christopher Kimball's Milk Street Radio is distributed by PRX.
I'm Cesar Droll, native Houstonian and proud Houston Public Media Board member.
Turn left.
When I'm not developing digital solutions for my clients, I am advocating for local civic organizations and stressing the importance of trusted media sources. Houston Public Media shares my values, and that's why I am a supporter. I've achieved success in business because of a strong educational foundation. Join me in supporting Houston Public Media. Let's make sure this essential public education resource is available for the next generation of Houstonians.
Keep right, and then turn right.
It's News 88.7. Jason Clark here with you on this beautiful,
Turn right.
gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Temperatures currently in the upper 60s. On our way to a sunny afternoon.
Reroute.
With highs expected around 70 degrees. Overnight, partly cloudy as those clouds roll
Keep
in.
right,
With lows expected
and
around
then turn
54
right.
degrees. All setting up for a nice start to the week. With Monday
Turn
expected
right.
to have sunny skies and high temperatures of 73 degrees. Not bad if you ask me. Do have an accident just reported to me on 610 Loop southbound at San Felipe Street. 3 vehicles involved, so watch out if you are traveling that way. This is your NPR station, KUHF Houston, News 88.7, a service of the University of Houston. It is 2 o'clock.
From WHYY in Philadelphia, this is The Pulse. I'm Mike and Scott. Every day we make lots of decisions, big and small, that impact the environment. From the temperature in our homes to the clothes we wear and the food we eat, those things can really add up. On today's show, we'll take a look at new ideas and options for greener living. We'll find out about an innovation that could drastically improve plastic recycling.
It's pretty much digitizing waste. You use it ideally for the same product again.
We'll find out how laundry detergent is changing to make sure our clothes get clean, even if you wash them cold.
So one of the things they're doing to make these cold water formulations work is they're leaning more heavily on enzymes.
Plus, a look at the future of plant-based meats and how to make sure consumers come back for seconds.
It's going to taste good, and you're not going to feel like you're eating like lentils with flour.
First, the news.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Giles Snyder. House passage this weekend of a foreign aid package that includes billions for Ukraine is being applauded by Ukrainian and Western leaders. But House Speaker Mike Johnson is facing a potential threat to his leadership. A handful of hardliners opposed to new aid to Ukraine could try to oust him for relying on Democrats to pass the legislation. Here's Asma Khalid.
What we saw yesterday was a willingness from Speaker Johnson to work with Democrats, and I think it was also a validation of President Biden's belief in persuasion rather than always thinking that you can publicly attack your critics. And frankly, we saw Speaker Johnson, I think, at quite a personal risk to himself and his own speech speakership come around to support this because, Ukraine aid is not necessarily just deeply unpopular among some ultra-conservatives. You saw a majority of Republicans yesterday vote against that part of this package.
The Senate is to begin considering the foreign aid package this week. It also includes aid for Israel and other U.S.
I'll
allies.
find a new route.
Palestinian health officials say Israeli strikes on the southern Gaza city of Rafah overnight killed 22 people, including 18 children. NPR's Peter Kenyon reports many members of 2 large families are among the dead.
Rafah is where more than 1 million Gazans fled for safety on Israel's orders early in the conflict. Now Rafah is the target. As machinery tried to clear the rubble, one witness told NPR that bombing civilian families makes no sense. What have the children done? What have the women done, he asks, adding, please have sympathy for us. Have sympathy for the Palestinian people. Israel says it's determined to keep attacking until Hamas is no longer a security threat to its citizens. Peter Kenyon, NPR News, Jerusalem.
Israel has vowed to expand its ground offensive to Rafah despite international calls for restraint, including from the Biden administration. Mexico's Secretary
Left, and then turn left. right, and then exit right. Exit right. Turn right, and then keep right. Go straight on. 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 straight on. Go straight on. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Keep left, and then exit left. Exit left. straight on. Go straight on. turn left. Turn left. Keep left and then exit left. Exit left. Turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. You have arrived at your destination. Your route guidance is now finished. Let's do this. Turn right. Go straight on. Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
That's what, ladies and gentlemen. Los Angeles is the last stop for terrorist germs, and gonna be about 1,100 miles with that stop. Everyone's going to Harlem, and that's gonna be the best place for an interview to kind of make movies or something like that. And that is the last stop, and for the street includes nothing Slovenia. So that is almost finished. And let's get to LA.
finding a new route. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Go straight on. Go straight on. Go straight on. Keep left. straight on. Keep left. find a new route. Go straight on. Go straight on. Recomputing. Rerouting. Go straight on.
ladies and gentlemen, about 100 miles. That'll do it for today. Thank you for present me. That means I'm almost to Los Angeles, and let's say thank you, Sam, Joe, Mariani, coming Zagreb, and just Mariani for the holiday last week, or the house. Appreciate it. And how's it going? Strictness, I gotta go through, because we think ready to talk about, and, so that'll be the end of my run, right? So, next time, with our budget. So, thanks to approximately everyone. No, God, please. Thanks.
Keep left. and then exit right. Exit right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Finally, we are here.